Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Nena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Janna Ballabha Girivardhari Gopi Janna Ballabha Girivardhari Jashodanandana Vraja Janaranjana Jashodanandana Vraja Janaranjana Jashodanandana Vraja Janaranjana Jashodanandana Vraja Janaranjana Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Janna Ballabha Girivardhari Gopi Janna Ballabha Girivardhari Yashodanandana Vraja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Vraja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Vraja Janaranjana Jashodanandana Vraja Janaranjana Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Go Premanande. You have to go in? No school? We can call in a bomb scare. We know the name of the school. It won't take much. All right. We'll see you soon. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Narayanam Namaskritya Naram Chaiva Narottamam Devim Sarasatim Vyasam Tato Jaya Mudiraye. It's kind of like we're still on the yatra. Life is one yatra. When you have the Bhagavatam and the holy name. Of course, working is also spiritual. If you're using it to support yourself, to go on spreading Krishna consciousness, because the way the world's set up, everyone has to work. And if you're using all that to stay in the game of spreading Krishna consciousness all over the world and maintaining four walls and a roof so that you can go on chanting Hare Krishna, then that's also spiritualized. Brahmarpanam brahmahavir brahmagnau brahmanohutam brahmaiva tena gantavyam brahmakarma samadhina. Those material objects that are used in the service of Krishna become spiritualized, become Krishnized. So we'll start with the Srimad Bhagavatam, 7th canto, 9th chapter, 38th verse. And the prediction that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would appear in this world. Those who know Shastra, like the 6 Goswamis of Vrindavan, Jiva Goswami, Rupa, Sanatan, etc., are Shastra Sunipuna, which means they know expertly how all of the Shastra fits together. They see clearly what the meaning and the purpose is. Oftentimes we hear that if you look closely within Shastra, Sarva Vedeshu Drishyate, for instance, in the verse which announces the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, Sarva Vedeshu Drishyate, means if you look in all the Vedas, or if another way to say it is, if you know where to look in the Vedas, you'll find that the Hare Krishna Mahamantra is the main point. Sarva Vedeshu Drishyate. If you know how to look in the Vedas, then you'll find that everything's pointing to the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. And so the 6 Goswamis of Vrindavan, Nana Shastra Vichara Naika Nipunos Saddharma Samstapako. They were expert in studying the Vedas. They knew how everything fit together and what the purpose was, and they were able to bring it out. So that's important because people in general have a tendency, Narada Muni told Srila Vyasadeva, to want to enjoy. And in the Vedas, there are a lot of prescriptions for enjoyment because they show how one can live in this world. And that means there has to be some kind of sense gratification. And people take it, oh, well, that's in the Vedas. That's what the goal of life is. And even Srila Vyasadeva, after compiling all the itihasas and puranas, which were meant to explicate the Vedas and show the real path, wasn't satisfied. And his spiritual master said, because you haven't clearly enough showed the pastimes of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Yene ravindaksha vimuktamaninas toyasta bhavad avashudha buddhaya aruya krishnena paramparam tata patantyato nadrita yushmadangraya. Unless one comes to the lotus-eyed Supreme Personality of Godhead, then one is only hovering on the material platform and will fall back down again. Naishkarmyam apyachuta bhava varjitam nashobhate jnanam alam niranjanam. He told, that is, Narada told Vyasadeva, that unless the Supreme Personality of Godhead is clearly described, Naishkarmyam apyachuta bhava varjitam. If it doesn't have that achuta bhav, you got to have the achuta bhava, then nashobhate, it's not beautiful. It doesn't look good at all. Nashobhate jnanam alam niranjanam. Even if it's devoid of all material contact. So there are different levels of understanding the Supreme Absolute Truth, and until one comes to the level of Bhagavan, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and is able to hear about Him and know His names and so forth, then one's in a precarious situation here in this world. So the 6 Goswamis of Vrindavan, Nana Shastra Vicharanaika, they went through so many different Vedic literatures, and for the sake of establishing dharma, for the sake of showing people the right path in life, they compiled all those literatures in such a way that people could clearly see that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And Srila Prabhupada, what he did with it was amazing, because he had to translate it over into English from where the Goswamis brought it. And translation sometimes loses some of the meaning, but he brought the richest meaning. He was empowered. His spiritual master told him, teach in English. Bring this to the American-speaking public. Bring it to the Westerners. And Prabhupada did it, even though at the time his English didn't seem to be perfect. If you read his purports, it's not only perfect, it's poetical and profound, and nothing's lost in translation. It's the richest of all the teachings in his purports. So, in bringing out the meaning of the Vedas, the 6 Goswamis of Vrindavan, they also showed the great jewel that's hidden there, and that is Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. In his treatise, Tattva Sandarbha, Jiva Goswami starts with Krishna Varnam Tusha Krishnam Sangopangasha Parshadam Jagnai Sankirtana Prayer Yajantihi Sumedasa. Very specifically talking about Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and what are his symptoms and what does he look like, what will his activities be, who will his associates be, what will his weapons be in the age of Kali, because when the Lord appears he always has some weapons. The weapon that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu brings in the Kali Yuga is his beauty. He's so beautiful that he disarms everyone. And he is constantly uttering the names of Krishna. So they brought out Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and showed him to the world so that people could take advantage. And of course, later on, Bhaktivinoda Thakur rediscovered Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu because the teachings of Lord Chaitanya and the Goswamis had been lost in obscurity, and people had become degraded, and the followers, the so-called followers of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, had just become cheap imitators. And Bhaktivinoda Thakur discovered the great savior of the East, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. As the acharyas come into this world, apparently they go through a normal life. Bhaktivinoda Thakur's life is extraordinary, starting from apparent disconnection with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and the teachings of the Bhagavatam and so forth. He went through a cycle of study of various kinds of literatures. Even if his family was Shaktas. And then he came out one of the great intellectuals in society and one of the great cutting-edge personalities of his age. And just when all his other, well, he has no peers because nobody tops the Thakur. But just when all his so-called peers were concocting Brahmoism and talking about a new kind of religion that would harmonize the teachings of the Bhagavatam, which they had been dissuaded from reading by the British, who came and saw, oh, there's monotheism here. But then when they got to the 10th canto of the Bhagavatam, they said, this is vulgar. They couldn't understand anything. And besides the fact they had some ill motive to undermine the culture, so they began to denigrate the teachings of the Bhagavatam and so forth, and people bought it. And therefore they were mixing Hinduism, Christianity, Upanishadic knowledge and so forth into a big hodgepodge called Brahmoism as the next big religion. Meanwhile, Bhaktivinoda Thakur discovered Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, and after all the studies, this was the synthesis. Everything was there perfectly. And if you read Bhaktivinoda Thakur's books, he leaves no stone unturned in presenting the philosophy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. In all his songs and bhajans, which are prolific, actually it's beyond human what he did. The number of songs and poems that he wrote, and then the books that he wrote are so dense with knowledge. At every turn, he answers the doubts of the general public and bringing people to the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his philosophy through Jaiva Dharma. Such a powerful writing, Sri Krishna, Sri Chaitanya Shikshamrita, and Harinam Chintamani, and many other books. He wrote over 100 books. He came with the teachings of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and wanted them to go all over the world. This is the nature of the Vaishnav. He sees why people are suffering, he sees how they're suffering, and then when he sees the cure, as he writes in his song, Bhaktivinoda Thakur, N-H-A Ashauri Maya Nashi Bharolagi. Now we've got the medicine. Here's the cure. Harinam Mahamantra Lao Tumi Magi. You have to beg for this mantra. It's been brought by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And it's not ordinary because it's brought by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. It's Prem Sankirtan. It's wrapped in a wreath of Prem. And by chanting the name given by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu through his devotees, and by following the process of bhakti yoga, devotional service, inculcated by the 6 Goswamis of Vrindavan, one will come to the perfect stage of Lord Chaitanya's teachings, which is to attain Krishna Prema. So Prabhupada was able to take all that and then bring it into English. And now, when people open a book and read it out loud, their lives will transform. When we were just in Alalanath, we went to one little school where there were hundreds of little kids in the middle of their mathematics class. And one of the devotees stuck her head in the door. A few more devotees went in, started giving out lollipops. The professor was thinking, like, should I stop? I shouldn't be doing this. But pretty soon it got out of hand, and all the kids burst out of the classrooms and ran into the courtyard, and all the devotees were chanting, and they were dancing in circles, and everyone had lollipops, and then the books came out. And the place was inundated within about 15 minutes. I was across the street, and there was a group of people watching, coming out of their houses. And I was distributing books there, and one woman took a book, and she opened it right away and started reading out into the atmosphere. as soon as she got the book, she opened it and began reading aloud, even amidst the kirtan and everything. And I was thinking, this is kirtan in a box, and it just opened up and it starts coming out. And this is what cures people's ills in the age of Kali Yuga. N-A-H-A Ashauri Maya, it's medicine for the suffering souls in Kali Yuga who are being beaten down so heavily. So how would we know about Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu if it wasn't for his devotees, the Goswamis of Vrindavan? In fact, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu didn't reveal his pastimes until he was ready. Lord Nityananda was on pilgrimage, just waiting. When will Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu start the Sankirtan movement? At one point, while Sri Nityananda Prabhu was on pilgrimage, he made a great roar that could be heard all across the whole planet. And great sages were broken from their meditation. Everyone had different speculation. What was that noise? But some who knew the inside story said, it must be Lord Nityananda, and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is now starting his Sankirtan pastimes. Just at that time, Lord Nityananda Prabhu proceeded to Navadvip, where Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was getting ready to reveal his Sankirtan movement to his devotees. Before Nityananda Prabhu arrived, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had a dream in which he saw a beautiful chariot enter into Navadvip with a flag with a picture of a palm tree on it. It said, great personalities about to appear. I had this dream. And it was Nityananda Balaram, Lord Nityananda, who then appeared and hid where everyone hides in Nandanacharya's house. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had sent out devotees to go find him. They couldn't find him, but Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went right to Nandanacharya's house. And there he is. There's the Guru, Nityananda Prabhu. And he offered him the Vyasa Puja. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is Krishna himself, and he hides himself through his yoga maya. Even in his childhood, no one could understand who he was. They were just charmed by him, and they thought that this is the most arrogant little scholar in the whole world. He would go around defeating everyone, just pull them over on the street corner and say, okay, let's have it. And they would start arguing, and Nimai was so expert that he would defeat their arguments, and they say, well, that's pretty good. And he goes, that's not pretty good. I said the wrong thing. And then he'd reverse it, and then he'd say, that's even better. And he said, no, it's not. And then he'd give the other thing, and he'd leave people stunned, thinking, who is this personality? His Brahman thread so perfectly aligned across his chest, and his dhoti perfectly tied. He looked like Cupid personified. People's heads would turn when Nimai Pandit walked by on the streets. But nobody knew he was the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went to see his first guru, was Srila Ishvarapuri. You know he had several gurus. Who was his second guru? Vande Gurun Isha Bhaktan. Who is his second guru? First guru is Srila Ishvarapuri. Who is his second guru? Huh? Keshav Bharati. Who is his third guru? Huh? No. Ramananda Roy. So he had his Diksha Guru, he had his Sannyas Guru, and he has his Rasa Guru. And in this way he showed, because he was in an Acharya Lila. He had not been inclined to anything so godly. He was into grammar and defeating people. But after he met Srila Ishvarapuri, he was transformed. He was showing by example the importance of going to the Guru. And after he came back from Srila Ishvarapuri in Gaya, he had gone there to offer pinda for his departed father. And there he met his Guru, he took initiation and took instruction from his Guru, and he came back. And now everyone, the word got out. He's changed. He's a new person. You were not going to believe this. Remember that arrogant kid that we all were praying of what if he had joined our group? What if he joined our Sankirtan team? Well, all of a sudden he's a devotee. And he became so humble, he was running around to all the devotees saying, can I carry something for you? Can I do this for you? And they were all just amazed at how he had changed. And now he had one thing on his mind: where is Krishna? Where is Krishna? His heart had changed completely after meeting Srila Ishvara Puri. And soon afterwards, he started the Sankirtan at Srivas Thakur's house. It was Srivas and Advaita Acharya, Haridas Thakur. They were all wondering, when is Krishna going to come and save us from all these atheists? And now they could see that something was happening. So Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then said, we'll begin this kirtan in the house of Srivas Thakur. And they began the chanting. He said, all night long we'll chant Hare Krishna. So all of his associates, too many to name, would come every night in the house of Srivas Thakur, and they would chant to their heart's content, Harinam, and dance all night long in that house. And also in the house of Srivas Thakur, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu revealed to all the devotees that he was the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He sat down on the throne of Vishnu in the house and told them to sing that bathing song. The devotees, Vaishnavas, know all the different mantras. Srivas Thakur began singing the Purush Sukta. They were bathing the Lord. And then he told, bring offerings. And they would bring hundreds and thousands of bananas, and he would just eat them all. And then would bring huge pots of rice, and he would eat all that. And then they would bring hundreds of pots of Ganga water, and he'd just drink it all. And milk, drink it all. And do you have anything else? And there, sitting on the throne, he called for his devotees one after another. And to each one, he revealed some secret, how he had intervened in their life and had saved them from some deep anxiety, had been protecting them all along, because this is Krishna is always protecting his devotees. Ananyas chintayantamam yejana paripasate tesham nityabdi yuktanam yogakshemam ahamyaham. Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, I carry what the devotees have, I preserve what they have, I carry what they lack. I'm always protecting. Yogakshemam ahamyaham. Don't worry, just take shelter of me. And so he revealed to devotees, one of his devotees had almost been apprehended. It was coming through the town at night and had become dark, and he was in a bad part of town, and some of the bad elements in town were coming after him. And he was thinking, should I just, all of us jump in the Ganga? There was no boat, no escape. They were now caught. And he was thinking to himself, should we all just jump in the Ganges and drown? Better than being molested here, seeing my family molested. I mean, what a situation to be in. It's horrible, the material world. So many predators walking around here and there. Very dangerous. He was in that very dangerous situation. And just then a boat showed up. And the boatman said, yeah, please get in. And said, please take us to the other side, he said. It was Gangadas. He said, take us to the other side. And the boatman said, yes, I'll take you to the other side. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu revealed that was me. I came as the boatman. I saved you. I took you across this ocean of material existence. And when he heard that, Gangadas fell to the ground, weeping and rolling on the ground in ecstasy, seeing how the Lord had intervened in his life. Advaita Acharya came, said, call Advaita Acharya, and Advaita Acharya came and he revealed to him how he had solved his conundrum when he was reading the Bhagavad Gita, giving classes. He came to a verse which describes how the Lord has no hands, but his hands and legs are everywhere, and he couldn't understand the verse. And he was in such anxiety, he began fasting. And then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, I'm the one who came into your mind and intelligence and revealed the meaning to that verse to you. Well, this way, one after the other, all the devotees, he revealed some inner secret about how he was intimately part of their lives. And all the devotees were singing, and some were crying, and they were in ecstasy. And for 21 hours he sat there and revealed his supreme nature as Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So, normally one should be able to see what is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So, one has to look within the Shastra, and the scheduled incarnations are listed there. But when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu first came to Jagannath Puri, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, who was the greatest scholar of India, and he had tens of thousands of disciples, many of whom were there in Puri, and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would come there, and Gopinath Acharya was telling him that this is actually the incarnation of Krishna who's appeared here. And Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya didn't believe it. He said, where is that in Shastra? And they said, well, he's listed in the Bhagavatam as a covered incarnation of the Lord, a Chana avatar. He comes, but he's covered, because in the age of Kali, he doesn't assert himself as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He comes as his own devotee. So this is a great secret. And that's mentioned in this verse. So we'll scroll up to the Sanskrit part so we can chant it. How is everyone today? Life goes on, right? Itam Ratirya Grishideva Jashavatara. Itam Ratirya Grishideva Jashavatara. Itam Ratirya Grishideva Jashavatara. Lokan vibhavayasi hangsi jagat pratipan. Lokan vibhavayasi hangsi jagat pratipan. Dharman mahapurusha pasyuganuvrittam. Dharmam mahapurusha pasyuganuvrittam. Chanakalo yadabhavastriyugota sattvam. Chanakalo yadabhavastriyugota sattvam. Itam. Could you leave it on there, please? We'll just do a few rounds of chanting. Itam Ratirya Grishideva Jashavatara. Lokan vibhavayasi hangsa jagat pratipan. Dharmam mahapurusha pasyuganuvrittam. Channa kalau yadabhavastriyugota sattvam. Itam ritirya grishideva jashavatara. Lokan vibhavayasi hamsi jagat pratipan. Dharmam mahapurushapasi yuganuvrittam.
Channa kalau yadabhavastriyugata sattvam.
Channa kalau yadabhavastriyugota sattvam.
Itthan ratirya grishideva jashavatare.
Itam ritirya grishideva jashavatara.
Lokan vibhavayasi hamsi jagat pratipan.
Lokam vibhavayasi.
Dharmam mahapurusha pasi yuganuvrittam.
Brahman mahapurusha pasi yuganuvrittam.
Channa kalau yadabhavastriyugota sattvam.
Channa kalo yadabhavastriyugota sattvam.
Itam ritirya grishideva jashavatara.
Itam ritirya grishijeva jashavatara.
Lokan vibhavayasi hamsi jagat pratipan.
Lokan vibhavayasi hamsa jagat pratipan.
Dharmang mahapurushapasi yuganuvrittam.
Dharmam mahapurushapasi yuganuvrittam.
Channa kalau yadabhavastriyugota sattvam.
Channa kalo yadabhavastriyugota sattvam. Vaishnavis.
Ittam nrittirya grishideva jashavatare.
Ittam ritirya grishideva jashavatara.
Lokan vibhavayasi hamsi jagat pratipan.
Lokan vibhavayasi hamsi jagat pratipan.
Dharmam mahapurusha pasi yuganuvrittam.
Dharmam mahapurushapasi yuganuvrittam.
Channa kalau yadabhavastriyugota sattvam.
Channa kalo yadabhavastriyugota sattvam.
Itam nritya grishideva jashavatare.
Itam ritirya grishideva jashavatara.
Lokan vibhavayasi hamsi jagat pratipan.
Lokam vibhavayasi hamsi jagat pratipan.
Dharmam mahapurusha pasi yuganuvrittam.
Dharman mahapurusha pasi yuganuvrittam.
Channa kalau yadabhavastriyogata sattvam.
Chana kalau yadabhavastriyugota sattvam. Anyone else?
Ittam nitirya grishideva jashavatare.
Itam ritirya grishideva jashavatara.
Lokan vibhavayasi hamsi jagat pratipan.
Lokan vibhavayasi hamsi jagat pratipan.
Dharmam mahapurusha pasi yuganuvrittam.
Dharmam mahapurusha pasi yuganuvrittam.
Channa kalau yad abhavastriyugota sattvam.
Chana kalo yadabhavastriyugota sattvam. Itam, in this way. Nre, like a human being, such as Lord Krishna and Lord Ramachandra. Tiryak, like animals, such as the boar. Rishi, as a great saint. Parusharama. Deva, as demigods. Jasha, as an aquatic, such as the fish and tortoise. Avatarahi, by such different incarnations. Lokan, all the different planetary systems. Vibhavayasi, you protect. Hangsi, you sometimes kill. Jagat Pratipan. Persons who have simply created trouble in this world. Dharmam, the principles of religion. Mahaparusha, O great personality. Pasi, you protect. Yuga Anuvratam, according to the different millenniums. Chanaha, covered. Kalau, in the age of Kali. Yet, since, abhavaha, have been, and will be in the future. Triyugaha, named Triyuga. Ata, therefore, Saha, the same personality. Tvam, you. Translation. In this way, my Lord, you appear in various incarnations, as a human being, an animal, a great saint, a demigod, a fish, or a tortoise, thus maintaining the entire creation in different planetary systems and killing the demoniac principles. According to the age, O my Lord, you protect the principles of religion. In the age of Kali, however, you do not assert yourself as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and therefore you are known as Tri Yuga, or the Lord who appears in 3 yugas. Purport. As the Lord appeared just to maintain Lord Brahma from the attack of Madhu and Kaitaba, he also appeared to protect the great devotee Prahalad Maharaj. Similarly, Lord Chaitanya appeared in order to protect the fallen souls of Kali Yuga. There are 4 yugas, or millenniums: Satya, Treta, Dwapara, and Kali. In all the yugas but Kali Yuga, the Lord appears in various incarnations and asserts himself as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. But although Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who appears in Kali Yuga, is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he never asserted himself as such. On the contrary, whenever Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is addressed as being as good as Krishna, he blocked his ears with his hands, denying his identity with Krishna, because he was playing the part of a devotee. Lord Chaitanya knew that in Kali Yuga there would be many bogus incarnations pretending to be God, and therefore he avoided asserting himself as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is accepted as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, however, in many Vedic literatures, especially in Srimad Bhagavatam 11.532. Krishnavarnam Tvisha Krishnam Sangopangashra Parshadam Jagnai Sankirtana Prayer Yajantihi Sumedasaha. In Kali Yuga, intelligent men worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Let's take a half-hour break. We'll be right back. Intelligent men worship the Supreme Personality in the form of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is always accompanied by his associates such as Nityananda, Advaita, Gadadhar, and Srivas. Who are his associates? The entire Krishna consciousness movement is based on the principles of the Sankirtan movement inaugurated by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Therefore, one who tries to understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead through the medium of the Sankirtan movement knows everything perfectly. He is Sumedas, a person with substantial intelligence. What is it? Sumedas. Yeah, sufficient, substantial intelligence to take to the Sankirtan movement of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So, he's the Chana avatar in Kali Yuga. He doesn't assert himself. He comes as his own devotee and shows the process, how to follow the Bhagavatam. And Lord Krishna said, Sarvadharman parityaja mamekam sharanam braja hantong sarva papibhyo mokshayishami masuja. But in the material world, people think, why is somebody telling me what to do? Why should I follow that person? And knowing practically that people could not take advantage of Lord Krishna's teachings in the Bhagavad Gita. And also knowing that people for a long time, or forever, had not understood the different relationships that Krishna actually has with his most intimate devotees. And coinciding with the fact that there was an incarnation due to appear at a certain time, and for his own personal reasons, which had to do with his eternal love affair with Srimati Radharani, Krishna's, and wanting to taste the sweetness of her love, to understand the astounding nature of her love that he has for him, and to assume that position of Srimati Radharani, Krishna appeared as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in the age of Kali. So there were many reasons why he came, the external reasons, to spread the Yuga Dharma, and to fulfill the inner desires that he had to understand the nature of Srimati Radharani, and to actually experience what she was experiencing, because it's better than what he has. He's the supreme object of love, and she's the one who's appreciating that love. And who enjoys more? Srimati Radharani. So Krishna came to appreciate her love in the form of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And also, he comes as a devotee so he can teach exactly how to follow what he had said already in the Bhagavad Gita. And he shows the refined process of following the Srimad Bhagavatam, how to actually be a devotee in this world. And then those who are extremely fortunate and intelligent take to the process of Sankirtan. And just by serving Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, then one can enter into a Vraja Leela. Otherwise it's impossible. No one can understand it, and no one has access to it. But because of this fortuitous appearance of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who's Radha and Krishna combined, but who's coming as a devotee to specifically show how to come to the highest position in the spiritual world. If one simply performs service, menial service, dasya ras, for Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, then one can enter into the understanding of Radha and Krishna in Vrindavan. Otherwise there's no access. And very specifically, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu taught the chanting of Hare Krishna, chant the Lord's names, and also the path of humility. Very humbly approach the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And there are many other aspects that we'll talk about. But this verse introduces the avatar in this age, the incarnation who appears as the Channa avatar. And this evidence was given by Gopinath Acharya to Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, who still couldn't understand. And Gopinath Acharya told Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, well, you don't have the mercy of the Lord, therefore you can't understand. When you get the mercy of the Lord, then you'll understand. Atapite deva padambuja dvaya prasada leshanu grihita evahi janati tatvam bhagavan mahimno nachanya eko picharam vachinvan. Lord Brahma had pointed this out because he had not been able to understand Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, just by looking at him with his 8 eyes and with all his intelligence. When he saw in the Brahma Vimohana Leela this little cowherd boy playing with his friends, holding some fruit salad in his left hand. The boys were playing with each other, taking food out of each other's mouths and feeding it to one another, and so forth. Brahma couldn't comprehend how this is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So he played a trick on Krishna. But when a person of less power tries to play a trick on somebody of more power, then their power, lesser power, becomes eclipsed. And just like a glowworm is powerful at night, but when it comes out in the bright daylight, it becomes an insignificant creature. And Brahma experienced this by playing this trick on Krishna. He thought, who is this little cowherd boy? Can he be the Supreme Personality of Godhead? And he stole away all his calves and boys and hid them away. And Krishna expanded exactly into the same forms, the exact same hairs on their head, the exact same way they spoke. Can you imagine if you walk in the other room and Damodar Vamsidhari is also sitting in the other room, same cap, same jacket, same laugh, same demeanor, everything the same. Malini goes in the other room and there's another Malini in the other room. Everything exactly the same. And this is Krishna is called Yogeshwara Yogeshwara. He's the supreme mystic of all supreme mystics. Inconceivably powerful. And this is what he did. He expanded into all these different calves and boys. And then something even more amazing happened, that they all went back to the village. And something weird started happening. The people practically went crazy in the village. The cows, they began licking their calves as if they wanted to swallow them. They were licking them so hard out of affection. You know how cows are. They already have so much affection for the calf. When we went to the farm in Escondido, there was a cow who just had a calf. And when she saw us coming up the hill, she moved to the other side of the pen with her baby and gotten a lot of anxiety. She was going like this on the ground, like a big bull would do or something like that. And she was protecting it way over in the corner. There's such affectionate mothers. But now 10 times more when these calves came back that were the expansions of Krishna. And the mothers of the little children who couldn't see any, there was no visible difference, but their affection doubled and tripled and quadrupled for these expansions because they were actually Krishna. They had all prayed that they could be with Krishna and have him as their own son, and so he fulfilled their desires. Krishna fulfills everyone's desires. And it's that time when all the gopis were getting married also. So they were being married to all these different personalities, but actually they were all marrying Krishna. So Krishna was fulfilling the desires of his devotees, and meanwhile Brahma had gone away and came back. His one moment is a year's time in the earthly cycle. And he saw the same boys and calves were here, but he thought, I took them. He went back and looked, and they were still sleeping, and he came back and saw the expansions were still there, and he became discombobulated, flabbergasted, bewildered. And then, meanwhile, Balaram was observing all these odd things going on in Vrindavan. And he began to wonder, what kind of strange influence has come over Vraj, the way everyone's acting. Cows had run down from the top of the hills, and the cowherd men had tried to stop them, and they couldn't. They ran down, the cows ran down the hill, and as if they were flying. And there's a lot of smoke coming out there. Is that incense, I hope? Might as well take a look. It's sprinkler system? Okay. fire seen on water and water seen on? Tejovari miridam yata vinimayo yatra trisargo mirsha. It's the illusion in the material world. Looks like fire, but it's actually water. That's Krishna. And the cowherd men, when they were so disappointed that they couldn't control the cows and bulls, and then when they saw their own sons there, out of affection, they forgot everything, and they picked them up, and they began smelling their heads out of affection. And so Balaram was watching all this, and he thought, what's going on around here? There's some influence of some mystic yogi or some Rakshasa magic happening or something. And then Krishna revealed to him, yeah, I'm doing this. I thought, okay. And then when Brahma came and met Krishna and saw that all of these boys and calves were actually these four-handed Vishnu expansions. They were actually Vishnu himself, Narayan. And he saw that they were surrounded by devotees, worshiping them, and that all of the universes were emanating from them. They were the source of everything. And all of that, everything was coming from this cowherd boy, Krishna. Then he became so overwhelmed that the tears were coming from his eyes, from all four faces, tears were coming. And he fell to the ground. And in that chapter is the last chapter that Prabhupada commented on, translated. You can read the last purport that Prabhupada ever spoke. It's amazing. Just happened to have it right here. This is it. Chapter 13 is where Prabhupada stopped speaking. Yeah, because 14 starts the prayers of Brahma, and those were taken up by the servants of Prabhupada. But this is the Brahma stealing the boys and calves, chapter 13. Comes all the way to the end. Prabhupada's last purport right here that he spoke before he left. So then Brahma began offering his prayers to Lord Krishna. And I'm going to read to you I'll read you that last purport. Then, rising very gradually and wiping his two eyes, Lord Brahma looked up at Mukunda. Lord Brahma, his head bent low, his mind concentrated, and his body trembling, very humbly began with faltering words to offer praises to Lord Krishna. Purport: Brahma, being very joyful, began to shed tears, and he washed the lotus feet of Krishna with his tears. Repeatedly he fell and rose as he recalled the wonderful activities of the Lord. After repeating obeisances for a long time, Brahma stood up and smeared his hands over his eyes. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur comments that the word lochane indicates that with his two hands he wiped the two eyes on each of his four faces. Seeing the Lord before him, Brahma began to offer prayers with great humility, respect, and attention. The last words Prabhupada dictated were humility, respect, and attention. Really. Thus end the Bhaktivedanta purports of the 10th canto, 13th chapter of the Srimad Bhagavatam, entitled The Stealing of the Boys and Calves of Brahma. You have what?
Original painting during Srila Prabhupada is in our temple.
Where's that? Yeah. Oh, the painting?
Yes.
Oh, printing. I thought you said printing. Yeah, we have that. The original paintings. That's right. These are great treasures. So Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came to reveal these kinds of pastimes of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Anarpita charim chirat karana yavatirna kalau samarpayutam unato dvalarasam sobhakti shriyam. He said, for a long time I have not, or as some interpret it, I've never revealed this to anyone. Anarpita charim chirat karuna yavatirna kalau samarpayitum unato dvalarasam sobhakti shriyam. I haven't revealed these kinds of things to the world. It's amazing that he does it in Kali Yuga too, because people are so seemingly undeserving. But in his writings, Srila Jiva Goswami, Bhakti Sandarbha, says that the qualification of people in Kali Yuga is their disqualification, because they have no qualification whatsoever. And sometimes that helps out. Just like in America, if you have any money, then you can't get free health insurance. They wait till you're completely destitute and broke, and then they'll say, okay, we'll help you out now. That's why most people die broke in America. They save all their lives, and then they get some ailment. They can't even keep paying their premiums, and then they have to run out of all their money before they can get help from the government. So, how did I get on that? Yeah, because the qualification is disqualification. That's how I got there. So that was the great disqualification of people in the age of Kali, is to their benefit, because the Lord takes compassion and gives them the highest conception of the spiritual world. And itam satam brahma sukhanu bhuktya dasyam gatanam paradaivatena mayashitanam naradarakena sakam vrijarukrita punya punjaha. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, Shukadev Goswami is telling Maharaj Parikshit that there are varied ways that people see the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And some see him as impersonal Brahman, others see his majestic feature in Vaikuntha. And the materialistic people just think he's an ordinary person. But some with great pious credits, heaps and heaps of pious credits, are playing with the Supreme Personality of Godhead as an equal, wrestling with him and so forth. So in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, in the 3rd chapter, it's mentioned that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came specifically to reveal these kinds of personal pastimes that he has with his friends, with his mother and father, and with his fiancés in the spiritual world, and his servitors, Dasya, Sakya, Vatsalya, and Madhurya. These rasas he came to reveal to the world. And without that, there's not much hope. It's mentioned in the Shastra that in this material world, people have the same kinds of relationships because they're a reflection of the spiritual world, but they're called Hlada Tapakari. They're the source of great misery because they're the perverted reflection of the real thing. And what causes the greatest pleasure in the spiritual world causes the greatest misery here in this material world. Samvit, Sandini, and Hladini Shaktis, the 3 primary Shaktis of the internal energy of the Lord. And those, when translated into the material world, become sattva, rajas, and tamas, and they become hladatapakari, or they become perverted in such a way that they cause great misery. It looks like it should work out, but it actually causes great misery. So those who are very fortunate take birth in the age of Kali Yuga, and they come in contact with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his Sankirtan movement. And even though it's such a degraded age, anyone who takes up the Sankirtan process, chanting Hare Krishna and teaching it to others, can actually be elevated to the highest position of life. So this great secret was revealed also in the Bhagavatam by Karabhajana Muni. Here Prahlad Maharaj is revealing it, saying that there are different incarnations, different age. In this age, there's a covered incarnation in Kali Yuga. And Karabhajana Muni comes out and tells about the incarnation in Kali Yuga. Krishna Varnam Tusha Krishnam Sango Pangasha Parshadam Jagnai Sankirtana Prayer Yajantihi Sumedasa. Then he also gives further description. Deyam Sada Paribhavagnam Abhishtadoham Tirtaspadam Shiva Vrinchi Nutam Sharanyam Brityartiham Pranatapala Bababdipotam Baha Purushate Charanadavindam. That if by worshipping the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in the Kali Yuga, one can attain perfection. And Deyam Sada, he gives the process. You can meditate on his lotus feet constantly by chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Paribhavagnam, and it takes away the insult of material life. It's a great insult. It's an embarrassment for the soul to have a material body. An insult to injury when you identify with the body. Yeah, I'm sorry. Damodar?
Want to just check where is the context of that the three Shaktis, Samvit Hladni becomes Rajastamo and so like.
Well, there's lots of them, but there's the verses from the Vishnu Purana, which is quoted quite a bit. It's Prabhupada's books. And then he explicates what it means. Hladini samvini samvit tvayeka sarva samstitau hlada tapakari mishra tvayino guna varjite. O Lord, you are the sport of everything. The three attributes, Hladini, Sandini, and Samvit, exist in you as one spiritual energy. But the material modes, which cause happiness, misery, and the mixture of two, do not exist in you, for you have no material qualities. And Prabhupada boy, I have some good stuff in here. Six, 4, 27 through 28. Prabhupada's purport: in the material world, the spiritual energy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is manifested as tapakari, which means causing miseries. Everyone hankers for happiness, but although happiness originally comes from the pleasure potency of the Supreme Personality of Godhead in the material world, because of material activities, the pleasure potency of the Lord becomes a source of miseries, hlada tapakari. False happiness in the material world is the source of distress, but when one's endeavors for happiness are redirected toward the satisfaction of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, this tapakari element of misery is vanquished. Then he gives an example. I'm going to move on to another one. CC Adi 462. Each of the three divisions of the internal potency, the Sandini, Samvit, and Hladini energies, influences one of the external potencies by which the conditioned souls are conducted. Such influence manifests the three qualitative modes of material nature. Smoking gun. proving definitely that the living entities, the the marginal potency, are eternally servitors of the Lord, and they are therefore controlled by either the internal or the external potency. So this is really the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Deyam sada paribhavagnam. He comes to reveal to us the difference between the internal and the external energy. Otherwise, no one would know. You can't get beyond the material energy, right? Right? Quote the verse, or a verse. And for the benefit of our audience on the internet, whom we offer our obeisances to, everyone please offer your obeisances to our audience online. Thank you for joining us this morning. Daivihieshu gunamayi mama maya duratyaya mameva ye prapadyante mayam hitam tarantite. Krishna says, you can't get out of this. It's too strong, the material energy. It's amazing how subtle the trap is. There's earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence. What's the most subtle element? Ego. False ego. It's the most subtle. So there's all these different ways that the ego appropriates everything we do. Even you take the spiritual life and you say, yeah, well, spiritual life, you're God, actually. It's like, whoops. He just fell into the snare of Maya once again, my friend. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu comes to save us from that. He said, no, actually, you're the servitor of God. And you have there are a variety of relationships with the Supreme. So deyam sada paribhavagnam means you can constantly meditate on the lotus feet of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu by chanting Hare Krishna. And paribhavagnam, by following Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, you become free from this Maya and from the embarrassment of the material world. And what do you get? Abhishta doham, which means your heart's desire is fulfilled. What you're really looking for, what everybody really wants, and they're not getting in the material world. Over and over again, everyone trying in the material world. Even Narada is saying that everyone's wandering from higher planets to lower planets, and all they're getting is the results of their karma as they keep going around and around. Malini? Tasyaiva heto prayateta govido. Yes. Can you give her a hot microphone, please? There it is.
Prabhuji, I had a question, Prabhuji.
Okay.
From the verse that we read from Srimad Bhagavatam, which Prahlad Maharaj mentioned, there in the purport, Srila Prabhupada said that Lord Chaitanya, knowing that in the age of Kali Yuga, many people actually will claim themselves to be God. That's why he wanted to remain as hidden. But actually that, I feel that sometimes is a disadvantage, because since Lord Chaitanya did not assert himself as Supreme Personality of Godhead, many people actually don't take that Lord Chaitanya is a supreme. So if somebody says that, how can we tell them about Lord Chaitanya being the Supreme Personality of Godhead?
Well, the way that Kaviraj Goswami explains it is that even if they don't understand that he's the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and they just think that he's a really nice sadhu or saint or something like that, and they follow his process, still they'll be caught in the loving network. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went out of his way. He knows what he's doing. And he went out of his way to catch everybody. That's why he took sannyas. They weren't appreciating him. There were Brahmins who were so puffed up that they began criticizing him, and he thought, this is the opposite of what I wanted to do. So now I have to find a way to catch them. So he said, in India, if you put on saffron, everyone goes nuts. So he said, okay, I'll put on saffron. So he went and took sannyas. So then everyone would worship him and fall down at his feet and so forth. And that he would bring them closer. And in the Kali Yuga, there's a way in which people invent all kinds of incarnations If there isn't one, then they invent one. And they tend to be overly sectarian and so forth. And if he and the Panchatattva had asserted themselves, that same kind of phenomenon would have taken place. Even there was split in the line of Advaita Acharya. You can see in the Chaitanya Charitamrita these splits and disagreements and so forth. So it's a very contentious age. And the absolute truth dealing with the incarnation of God is a very volatile subject matter. Extremely volatile in the Kali Yuga. So he came in an innocuous way and said, yeah, I'll just teach you. I'll show you how to worship God. He does that at different times. Lord Buddha was God, but he said, don't worship God, just worship me. Prabhupada said, this is cheating. He's God. And he said, don't worship God, just follow me. So they did it, but he was God. That is cheating. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he hid himself in that way to avoid the overreaction that people have in the Kali Yuga. They become overstimulated. That's the idea. Yes.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. But he also asserts himself in Mahaprakash Leela, in which also the acharyas have brought it forth.
Yeah. But that was amidst his devotees. It was an intimate revelation amidst his devotees, and to anyone who cares to read the Chaitanya Bhagavat. But it's different than the way in which many incarnations assert themselves. Deyam sada paribhavagdam abhishadoham. So he fulfills the heart's desire of the living entity, gives them what they're really looking for. Tirtaspadam Shiva Varinchi Nutam Sharanyam. Gandharvika.
Just may not be related to the pastimes, but when we see this fulfills the desire of the heart, because in the contaminated state, the desire could mean a lot of things. So how do we understand that by worshipping Mahaprabhu, all our desires will be fulfilled? So, because we may be desiring wrong things.
Well, there's a lot of tapakari when we have desires that are covered by the three modes of material nature, then we get the opposite of what we are hoping for. But by serving Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, we become uncovered. There are two classes of living beings who are free from all designation. Who are those two classes? You're saying the fools and the Paramahamsa? How is the fool free from designation? Huh? Krishna and his devotees. Those are the two. Krishna is free from all designations, so are his devotees. Devotee means one who's free from all designations. Sarvapati vanir muktam taprat vayana nirmalam rishikena rishikesha sevanam bhaktir uchite. So this definition of the devotee is one who is mukti hitva yata rupam swarupena vyavastitihi. This is the meaning of liberation. One's established in one's swarup. Swarupena vyavastitihi, and he's free from all material designations. Mukta hitva yata rupam. When one's free from all the external coverings, from all the designations, including the subtle false ego covering that Madhavananda Prabhu described as being like shellac. You get it on you and it's really hard to get off. You know, it's like it gets everywhere. This false ego. Then sarvapati vanir muktam tapratvena nirmalam. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gives the process by which one becomes free from all these coverings and becomes situated in the original, in the soul's original form, swarup, as a servant. Jiv Krishna Dasa Vishwas, Korletor Ardhuko Nai. Once you understand this very clearly, I'm a servant of Krishna. I'm not the enjoyer. I'm not the center. You're not the controller. It's great relief. You become not only relieved, but then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gives you that relationship with Krishna. What everyone's looking for is love. Pure love. That's the only thing that satisfies the soul. And that's exactly what he gives to everybody in the age of Kali. It's very reasonable. The whole process of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is well thought out, and it's accessible to everybody, including Jagai Madai. Jagai Madai were the examples of the most fallen. And they were able to take it. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accepted them by the mercy of Lord Nityananda. And Haridas Thakur and Nityananda went after Jagai Madai. And then especially Nityananda Prabhu. And then they told Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, you have to accept them. That's what you came for in this age, to take the most fallen. And if you reject them or if you kill them, then it'll ruin your whole program. So you have to accept them. And that's what he does. And they became exalted devotees. And anyone who joins the Sankirtan movement becomes perfect. That's how nice it is. You want me to prove it? You want me to read you something that's so astounding that the rest of the day you'll be staggering around the room? People will think that you had some intoxicating beverage. Anybody who's watching online, if you don't want to attain that state, then turn off your computer now, because I'm about to read it. Cover your ears. When you hear this purport, you'll think, where was this purport my whole life? How did I ever miss it? I'm reading from the Madhya Lila. Madhya Lila 1189. Raghava Pandit Iha Acharya Nandana Sriman Pandite E Srikanta Narayana. Here is Raghava Pandit, here is Nandanacharya, there is Sriman Pandit, and here are Srikant and Narayan. Purport. Narottam Das Thakur, honoring the personal associates of Lord Chaitanya, Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, has sung as follows in Prarthana. Gaurangera Shangi Gane Nitya Shida Kari Mani Shejaya Vrajendra Shutapash. One who is intelligent understands that all the personal associates and devotees of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu are ever liberated. This means that because they are always engaged in the devotional service of the Lord, they do not belong to this material world. One who is engaged in the Lord's devotional service 24 hours daily and never forgets the Lord is called Nitya Siddha. Srila Rupa Goswami confirms this statement. Iha yasya harer dasye karmana manasa gira nikilas yapyavastastu jivan mukta suuchite. A person acting in the service of Krishna with body, mind, and intelligence and words is a liberated person even within the material world, although he may be engaged in many so-called material activities. Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. A devotee is always thinking of how better to serve Lord Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and how to broadcast his name, fame, and qualities throughout the world. One who is Nitya Siddha has no business other than broadcasting the glories of the Lord all over the world, according to his ability. Such people are already associates of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Therefore, Narottam Das Thakur says, Nitya Siddha Karimani. One should not think that because Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was personally present 500 years ago, only his associates were liberated. Rather, Srila Narottam Das Thakur says that anyone is a Nitya Siddha if he acts on behalf of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu by spreading the glories of the holy name of the Lord. We should respect those devotees preaching the glories of the Lord as Nitya Siddha and should not consider them conditioned. Mamcha yovyabhicharena bhakti yogena sevate sagunan samatityaitan brahma bhuya yakalpate. The one who has transcended the modes of material nature is said to be on the Brahman platform. That is also the platform of Nitya Siddha. The Nitya Siddha not only stays on the Brahman platform, but also works on that platform. Simply by accepting the associates of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as Nitya Siddha, one can very easily go back home, back to Godhead. You can read it over and over again, but it says the same thing. This is the power of Lord Chaitanya's movement, because he's Krishna himself. He appears as a devotee, and then he engages everybody in the Sankirtan movement and says, spread the movement. Now those who join him, they may be this or that. It doesn't matter where they come from. Once they join up, they come to a very elevated status. It's Abhishta Doham, they are elevated and their heart's desire is fulfilled. They become free from the designations that actually cause the Khlada Tapakari, the great misery in this material world. So, work for Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. That's the right department to work for. In fact, Prabhupada's exalted godbrother B.R. Sridhar Maharaj once said, he said that those who are devotees of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, engaged in the Sankirtan movement, they try to enter Vrindavan. When they come to Vrindavan, then in Vrindavan they say, oh, you are from that department. You can come in. You're from that department. It's like, you're with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? Okay, you're good. This is the idea. This is what is being broadcast. That Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is so powerful, his lotus feet. Tirtasparam Shiva Varinchi Nutam Sharanyam Brahma Shiva. They're all bowing down to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's lotus feet. They are the repository of all the holy places. You don't have to go anywhere, says Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. If you have Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, you don't have to go to the holy places. He is the holy places. He's everything. His lotus feet are everything. Tirtasparam Shiva Vrinchi Nutam Sharanyam Brityartiham Pranata. He's so merciful to those who are simply submissive to him. His Brityas, his servants, Brityartiham Pranatapala. Those who just are submissive to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, then he gives them, his feet are the boat that take you across the material world. He's everything. He's the universal guru. There's no other concern in the age of Kali. There's nothing else going on except this Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And those who understand that, they're Sumedas. They're intelligent. They understand Krishna has appeared with a special disposition in the age of Kali Yuga. He's Swayam Bhagavan, Krishna, but this is special. No one's ever seen this before. Anarpita, Charim Chirat. This never happened. No one's seen this kind of thing before. The kind of charity and mercy. And those who are the most intelligent, these acharyas, Rupa and Sanatan. Namo Mahavaranyaya, Krishna Prema Pradayate, Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gortushe Nama. So you're giving out, what do you get? What are you doing? You're giving away the highest thing to everybody. How are you doing? You must be Krishna. You're Krishna. Only Krishna can give away this. And then throughout the Shastra, it's being proclaimed. And we're taking help from the acharyas who are shedding light on this. It's like, here is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. In fact, even the associates of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, when they appear, they don't even know who they are. Just as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu doesn't reveal himself, similarly, he doesn't reveal to his devotees who they are until that Mahaprakash. Because they see, oh, I get it, this is Krishna, he's appeared again. But if it's Krishna who's appeared, he must be with all his associates. So oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. And then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu begins to reveal. Murari Gupta, you're Hanuman. And he starts to tell all the devotees who they are in his eternal Leela. And then they realize, oh, we're all here. This is Krishna. He's appeared here. So this is all in these leelas to understand. But those who can simply get on this boat, they've won the biggest lottery of all time. I mean, our acharyas go out of their way to say, forget all the other incarnations. In the Chaitanya Chandamrita, forget all the other incarnations, just forget about it. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has come. And because he's come, everything else looks insignificant. Whatever anybody else has offered, it's nothing compared to this. You're getting something nobody ever got, and you don't even deserve it. You have no qualification, and therefore he's in a specific mood. He came really for his own purposes. It just happened to coincide with the time to spread the Yuga Dharma. But this is special. That's Chaitanya Charitamrita is showing how special it is. We have to see it. If they didn't come, if these acharyas who knew Chaitanya Mahaprabhu didn't reveal to the world, how would they know it? That's what you're giving out door to door. And practically, from 0 to 60, it's hard for people to open and go, oh, I get it. Right away, they have to join the Sankirtan movement, but they will get it. Deyam sada paribhavagnam. It's something that anybody can meditate on, these lotus feet, by the process, by the chanting of Hare Krishna. Deyam sada, you can do it. You can have. Otherwise, in Kali Yuga, there is no meditation. It's not possible with Facebook out there. Nobody can meditate, it's impossible. You're ruined. As soon as you turn on Facebook, you see it one time, then you can never meditate the rest of your life. But if you take the process of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Deyam Sada, he said anybody, all the time, you can meditate on his lotus feet by this process of Sankirtan. Paribhavagnam. And it's true. You see that the lowest become freed from their designations just by following the process. They're able to actually conquer lust. They're able to become free from the pushings of the material body and stand on their own 2 feet. This can happen just by associating with Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's lotus feet and with all his associates. And the Bishtadoham, and then the heart's desire. You're actually free. Free to move about the universe. Free to move about the country. The Southwest Airlines, they have this advertisement. Ding, now you're free to move about the country. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, you're free to move about the Brahmandas and go back to home, back to Godhead. This is Abhishtadoham. Nobody gets that. It's so rare. But he's giving it away for free. So then Karabhajana Muni goes on and he describes Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Tyaktva sadusyaja sarepsita raja Lakshman, and he's telling about how Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was the hometown hero of Navadvip, married to the goddess of fortune, and everybody loved him. Perfect situation. But he gave it up to run after us. And when his wife found out he was leaving, can you imagine? She didn't have anybody. She could never see him again. Mother Yashoda Mother Sachi could see him again. But Vishnupriya, that's it. Social suicide. And she was crying. And Mahaprabhu said, yes, in this age we have to cry for the sake of the fallen conditioned souls. This is our pastime. We must cry for the suffering of others. And that's what Mahaprabhu did. That's what he's glorified in this verse. Tyaktva sadusyaja sarepshita. He gave up the goddess of fortune. That's what everybody wants, the goddess of fortune. I want the goddess of fortune, that's it. That's why everyone's working hard, getting an education and everything else. So why? Just the goddess of fortune, that's all I ask. But he walked away. Why? Mayamragam tayatayipsitam and vadava. To chase after the fallen conditioned souls. That's how compassionate he was. And he did it, some excuse. There was some excuse he used. Aryavachasa. Somebody cursed him. And he said, okay, I'll go. He said, you can't enjoy family life. And he said, okay, great. all this leave then and go out and spread the Sankirtan movement and chase after the conditioned souls. So, Gaura Purnima is the biggest deal of all big deals. What was it, Roosevelt? He had the New Deal. It was the Depression, and he came up with the New Deal, how to get everybody back to work, how to end the Depression, starting social welfare programs and all kinds of government programs to help people get back on their feet. That was the New Deal. At Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Kali Yuga is like a big depression. Everyone's out of work, out of spiritual work. And he comes and he gives the new really big deal, the biggest deal of all time. And it's okay, just follow me, I'll put you back to work again. But what kind of work? Goloka Vrindavan. You can go right back to Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead in the spiritual world. That kind of work is hard to get. But it's happening in the Kali Yuga. That's Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's appearance means. He came, and anybody can get it. Anybody. And that's why the devotees go give it out. So plentifully, because they know that anybody who comes in contact with this is eligible. They just get touched by it. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is so merciful. So I was saying he came for his own purposes, but there's this spillover effect. He came to taste something himself, but because of his tasting it, a few drops spill over, everybody, the whole world's inundated by his dancing and his crying, and the whole world becomes affected by his campaign. So Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ki Jai! Shri Gaura Purnima ki Jai! Well, now we'll take a few reflections. And can I have my sweater, please? I think it's at the back of the room, next to Shraddha. Reflection means anything you heard that stuck. And we're taking from online also. There's a number on the screen that they can text in, call in. Malini. It's in the room.
The last point that you mentioned, that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had everything, and that he was hometown hero of Navadvip. I was just remembered of the time actually when we went to Navadvip. There all the local devotees actually worship Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as their only source of sustenance. So we actually went to get deities for Kumari Leela and Haladhara Prabhu. And the person who was actually the one who was selling the deities, he was mentioning that he gave the deities, and then he said that Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he actually maintains us every day. And he said that how much ever money we need for the day, he just provides us. And only that much amount comes in, not more, not less. So they had so much of faith in Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And he was actually taking care of all the people around in that area. And when you said that he gave that all up because he wanted to run after us, I was just putting myself in that situation that unless Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came running after us, we would have never got his mercy, and we wouldn't have been here today listening to the pastimes of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So
thank you. That was beautiful. Yeah. Harivamsha.
Thank you. Thank you, Prabhu. Actually, I really liked 2 points. One was that he gave it all up to run after. He didn't have to, Supreme Personality of Godhead, but he set such an high example. And the second point which I really liked was when you said to what extent our acharyas have gone to reveal Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And when you were just mentioning, because yesterday also I was reading, and with your permission, maybe I can read again that verse,
please.
which Prabhupada Saraswati writes. And the translation is, what benefit did the world attain when Lord Rama, Lord Nishinga, and many other incarnations of Godhead killed so many Rakshasa and Daitya demons? How important is it that Lord Kapila and other incarnations revealed the paths of Sankhya and Yoga? How glorious is it that Lord Brahma and other guna avatars create, maintain, and destroy the material universes? How auspicious is it that Lord Varaha lifted the earth from the Garbhodaka ocean? We do not consider any of these activities to be very important. The most important thing is that Lord Chaitanya has revealed the great splendor of pure love of Krishna. Let us glorify that Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So to what extent?
It goes with your point, right? That if the great acharyas weren't revealing it, like it's over here, this is what's important. And with such emphasis also. There's a kind of bhav also. And you read in the Chaitanya Charitamrita that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the only meaning for one advancing in spiritual life. It's the only meaning, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Thank you, that was beautiful. Yes. Hot mic's coming to you.
Hare Krishna. I was wondering, like in Kali Yuga, most of the people are like fallen soul, or they are not like Dwapar Yuga and Satya Yuga type of people. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu took birth as a not supreme personality of Godhead. When Kali Yuga, people needed more, like we needed so more people would believe that he's supreme personality Godhead, and more people would follow. Rather, when he took birth as a hidden avatar, Gupta avatar, not many people knew about him, and not many people accepted him because he was hidden, and only people could know through Shastras. So I was wondering why it happened to Kali Yuga people, why we are not that, fortunate that Supreme Personality of Godhead took birth, but as a hidden avatar.
Is that true? That if he had revealed himself as the Supreme Personality of God, more people would have followed him? I don't agree with your premise, because we see that Lord Krishna appears and practically nobody follows him. Who reads Bhagavad Gita? A lot of people say they have Bhagavad Gita. I know Bhagavad Gita, but nobody follows Bhagavad Gita. Everyone's following something else. In fact, in India, when Prabhupada started the Krishna consciousness movement and it was teaching, nobody wanted to get involved at all. Gopal Krishna Maharaj started. He was our token Indian follower because, he was like, yeah, we're the Indians in your group, our spiritual master, and who else? Nobody was following at that time. Everyone was interested in following the West, really, even though Lord Krishna appeared in India and he was celebrated as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Where's the interest? In Kali Yuga, people's interest goes elsewhere. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's way of introducing himself works well, and it is spreading all over the world. In fact, I just talking to Radhanath Swami recently, he was saying the one thing people are most allergic to in this particular time is sectarianism. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, coming as a devotee of the Lord, although he's Krishna himself, and introducing a non-sectarian process that anybody can follow, is sheer genius. So there's a way in which it may not be true if he came and just presented himself as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, that more people would have followed him. Because Kali Yuga is a very bad age, and people tend to become disgruntled and doubtful about everything and everyone. But Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's approach is very gentle and indirect. He simply attracts them with his beauty and with his dancing, just like the Krishna consciousness movement. He is the Krishna consciousness movement. It's his incarnation. And I've seen it since I joined in the 1970s, 1973. And I remember watching how the festivals affected the people. That, everyone was going to see Woodstock, which was a big music festival where everyone could go and take as many drugs as they could possibly ingest and sit and listen to music and then throw up. And there was a tendency, everybody wanted to have festivals and music and everything like that, but it was so much affected by the modes of ignorance that they weren't getting what they wanted. And it really went down fast. The whole hippie movement turned into addiction and crime and all kinds of stuff. Even by the early 1970s, Haight-Ashbury, which was the mecca for the hippie movement, really turned bad. Although there was peace and love for about 5 minutes. Flowers in everybody's hair, because of the modes of material nature, it was dragged down into the pits. But when Prabhupada showed up and started doing Ratha Yatras and festivals in the park, I remember going to some of these programs with Vishnu Jana Swami chanting, and everyone would flock there. Tens of thousands of people would come. And they could see, oh, singing, that's what we were looking for. There's music, and there's food, and there's nice association, everything we were looking for, colors. And then Lord Jagannath shows up, and he was like, for the hippie culture, it's like, okay, we accept. So, you could see mass conversion. People, they will just come and chant and sing, and that's what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came to teach by example. He led everybody like the Pied Piper. So it was a good strategy. It still is. What else? There you go.
The point that you just stressed about the gentleness of Mahaprabhu, which he exhibits, means he didn't only talk about humility and tolerance and respect to others, but in his dealings with all the people whom he even converted, he really displayed this humility and respect, that even when he wanted to teach the lesson to Dikvijay Pandit, he was so gentle that he thought about not ridiculing him in front of the public, but because he would commit suicide. But then he gave him an option to go and think back and come, revealing it from within. So this is just one instance, and how Malini was saying, and then the Gangadas pastime that you mentioned, like Mahaprabhu satisfies all the needs in such a gentle way, yet he teaches us the lessons in not like a very punishing manner. He just says that like in any other incarnations where you have to go to Prayaschitta, but here he says you just take up the name again. So it's so very easy to come back even if you go out of the way for some time. And then I also noticed how Prabhupada proved that he's in the Sankirtan army, the Senapati, by the last purport of humility, respect and attention, the essence of Mahaprabhu's instructions with which he concluded his purports. Yeah,
Thank you. Nice insights. Why don't you bring me that 11th canto that has Deyam Sada Paribhavanam? There's some really powerful passages in the purport. What else?
Yeah, I was just thinking about the relevance of that last line in relation to that other point that you made about how people who engage in the Sankirtan movement are Nitya Siddha. Yeah, so how important is it to practice humility, respect, and attention. You know, when we don't know, you know, the people that we're dealing with, or you know,
or we do know.
Yeah. Well, yes, we should be very, very attentive.
Yeah, it was a very strong point there that Prabhupada's saying if somebody's assimilated into the Sankirtan movement and their only meditation is how to spread the Sankirtan movement all over the world, Prabhupada's saying they're Nityasiddha. And they're associating with Nityasiddha, and they've become Nityasiddha, and by associating with them, you'll become Nityasiddha too. This is the power of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's movement. If you get in to his movement, it's so powerful. Just following what he taught to chant Hare Krishna and teach it to others, then you'll also come to the perfect stage. I like your point. It's very important. And Prabhupada mentions it here also, that one should have great respect and be very careful amidst devotees. This is the one thing that can waylay one's progress in devotional service, is if one becomes critical of devotees. I mean, it's one among many things, but it's the most important thing, is to have respect for devotees, learn to appreciate them, and be non-critical. Unless it's your assigned duty. And even in those cases, one should correct others in a way that they're able to benefit from it. Non-envious critique. Okay, who's next? Yes.
There was something you said earlier, actually, before we chanted japa, that was really inspiring to me. It was something very simple and really profound, and it really helped my japa this morning. You said that today, Gaura Purnima, is a day where we can rededicate our lives to the Sankirtan movement. And just those words were really inspiring.
Isn't it always nice to have a do-over? Because, in fact, you know, there's so many opportunities we have to start over again and rededicate ourselves. In fact, we can do it every day. Because there's a way in which we try, fall short, wake up the next morning, I'll try again, start over. And then there are these really big days like Gaura Purnima for rededication. But we can constantly rededicate. There's no limit to the number of times that we can push the restart button. Not that we lose everything that we did before, but the point is that the material world is enervating, always taking away the attention from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And as one moves forward in the process of devotional service, one should not become discouraged. One should understand that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is so powerful that if we continue to rededicate ourselves to him, that we'll be successful. No matter, even if there's some inevitable wavering. And I'll read you a section of the purport, which is a commentary given by the servants of Srila Prabhupada, but it's in line with the acharyas who are commenting on this verse, Deyam Sada Paribhavagnam, which is 11.5.33, and I'm right in the middle. In this verse, the word Tirthaspada means that the lotus feet of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu are the shelter of all holy places. As the Krishna consciousness movement spreads all over the world, we often find, especially in poor third world countries, that it is very difficult for people to travel to India to visit the most exalted holy places such as Vrindavan and Mayapur. Especially in South America, it is very difficult for a large number of devotees to visit such places in India and purify themselves. But Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was so merciful that simply by worshiping him, Vaishnavas throughout the world receive the benefit of having visited the supreme holy place, namely the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Thus there is no loss for the followers of the Krishna consciousness movement despite their external situation. Now is the section that that ties into what you said and what I was about to say. In this regard, Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur has stated, Kalau dravya desha kriyari janitam durvaram apavrityam api nashankaniyam iti bhavaha. In this age, the world is so polluted by sinful life that it is very difficult to become free from all the symptoms of Kali Yuga. Still, one who is faithfully serving in the missionary work of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu need not fear occasional, unavoidable symptoms of Kali Yuga. The followers of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu strictly follow the four regulative principles of no illicit sex, no intoxication, no meeting, and no gambling. They try to always chant Hare Krishna and engage in the service of the Lord. However, it may happen that by accident an occasional symptom of Kali Yuga such as envy, anger, lust, greed, etc. may momentarily appear in the life of a devotee. But if such a devotee is actually surrendered at the lotus feet of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, by his mercy such an unwanted symptom or anartha will quickly disappear. Therefore, a sincere follower of the Lord should never be discouraged in the execution of his prescribed duty, but should be confident that he will be protected by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Everyone's smiling. Haribol! This is from Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, that there's unavoidable symptoms of Kali Yuga that may appear because of the overbearing nature of the age. Our obeisances to all the devotees who join us online. Everyone please offer obeisances to the devotees online. Hare Krishna.
We have some questions, online questions.
Okay, and some online questions.
It is from Kuladri Das. Was there some internal reason, perhaps to further glorify Srila Prabhupada, that Chaitanya had not sent one of his associates outside of India for hundreds of years to the most degraded West?
Well, if that's the Kuladri, is that the
His 412, his area code is 412. I don't know.
412. That is the famous Kuladri Prabhu? Wow. My hair is practically standing on end. Anyway, I won't embarrass him. Yes, what a nice point Kuladri Prabhu brings up about how Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu arranged to send Prabhupada as the messenger of his teachings all over the world and empowered him to do so. And for all time, he's the one who did it. I mean, there were a lot of people that were surprised by it because, even in the Gaudiya Math, there were a lot of very elevated people. The Gaudiya Math was a glorious institution. It still is. But there were some very austere, highly educated scholars, preachers who could make your head spin and so forth. And at the time, Prabhupada was asking his spiritual master. In fact, he got his last letter from his spiritual master who was at Chatak Parvat in Jagannath Puri. We went to visit the house, the room that Srila Bhaktisiddhanta was staying at when he wrote the last letter that he wrote to our Srila Prabhupada. And Prabhupada was asking his spiritual master, how can I do some service? Everyone else, they have all this intimate connection with you, and I'm a householder, and what can I do? And Srila Bhaktisiddhanta reiterated what he had told him when he first met him, which is preach in the West, preach to the Westerners. That's really what he wanted. That's the will of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. It was the will of Bhaktivinoda Thakur, this powerful will of the Vaishnavas, which I'll read you about in a few minutes. How powerful is the desire of a pure devotee? So powerful. And that, Srila Prabhupada sees that. He says that he read a commentary on Vyavasayatmika Buddhireki Hakurunandana from the Bhagavad Gita about taking the instruction of Krishna with one pointed intention, and then Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur had given specific details that one should hear from the spiritual master what one's duty is and then fulfill it. And Prabhupada took that. He wasn't turning back, that's for sure, because sometimes if you do something and you're thinking, well, I'll try, but if it doesn't go so well, I'll just back off. But he didn't have that mentality. Some that Srila Bhaktisiddhanta had sent to the UK, he sent a delegation. He sent one devotee who was an orator, who was unparalleled. He could speak to anybody, anywhere, platform speaker, so powerful. A couple other devotees came with him and so forth. Their mission failed. They were sending so much money. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta was sending lots and lots of money from the Gaudiya Math to England to keep it going. They were able to convert one older woman, which was glorious, of course, but wasn't what they had expected. Nothing really happened, and he called them back. And Prabhupada comments in the Chaitanya Charitamrita that the reason it didn't succeed was because they had something else in their heart. They didn't really want to succeed. They didn't take the order of the spiritual master as their heart and soul. Contrast that with Prabhupada's coming to the West with no facility, and it looked like against all odds. It was against all odds. And Sumati Mukherjee denied him coming to the United States. And I just heard recently when I was in India, someone told me that Prabhupada was very expert in preaching to her. He had quoted a verse and told her that actually you're prophesied in this verse also. Because the name Sumati means very intelligent. So then Prabhupada quoted this verse. Yajantihi Sumedasaha. He said, you see, you're in the Bhagavatam. It's prophecy that you'll help the Sankirtan movement.
Haribo!
Sumati means highly intelligent, and Sumedasa means anyone who helps the Sankirtan movement is highly intelligent. That's you. And she said, okay, sign me up. Before that, she didn't give him a ticket. But Prabhupada was so expert. But think what was in Prabhupada's heart. It was do or die. And that's the only way you win in this world. If you think, I'll try and I'll back off if it doesn't work, you won't win. You won't win anything. But if you think, I'll do or die because it's the order, I'm taking the order. Shraddha Shabde Vishwas Kahe Surijanis Choy Krishna Bhakti Koila Sarva Karma Krita Hoy. This one thing fulfills everything else. If I don't do this one thing, everything else is useless. Siddhanta Bulya Chitanakara Alash. One comes to this conclusion, Siddhanta Bulya Chitanakara Alash. Iha Krishna Lagi Sudrid Manash. Sorry, I mangled the verse. Sudrid Manash means that once one understands what is the reality, what is Krishna's, what is the Siddhanta, then one becomes firmly fixed. And so that was Prabhupada. And under such circumstances, Prabhupada said he had a design early on to make a lot of money, and then by that way spread the Krishna consciousness movement. He would try anyway. You can see from the very beginning he was thinking how to do this, how to do this. And Prabhupada says in a lecture that if you can't do and you can't follow the order of the spiritual master right now, you want to do, but you can't imagine how you're going to do. If you simply think and pray, how can I do? How can I do? How can I do? And you're praying like that constantly, then Krishna will give you the facility. But Prabhupada notes that I was on track for being as rich as Birla. One astrology told him, you're in position now, be as rich as Birla. And Prabhupada said, yes, then I'll spread Krishna consciousness with all this money. But he said, Krishna made me come penniless to America. Just to glorify him all the more. To show that what it takes was what Prabhupada had and what he exhibited on the Jaladuta when he came into the harbor. The kind of prayer that he made, as signed as the most insignificant beggar, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, and praying that please make them dance, please empower me to do this. That was for all time what established Prabhupada as the ambassador of goodwill from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who spread Krishna consciousness all over the world. And you can see also that now that Prabhupada, his position is becoming more and more clear as the founder Acharya, as the one who was empowered by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as the most special Acharya, that devotees become peaceful and happy to huddle at his lotus feet and then make all their plans based on how does it follow Srila Prabhupada's plan as the Acharya. I'm sure if Kuladri Prabhu was here, if he wants to call in, he could say many other beautiful things that would be far better than that, but in service to him, that's a couple of ideas. What else?
We have Vaisesika Das from NC, North Carolina.
North Carolina, yes.
Question, how to get higher taste in chanting holy name from Chaitanya Mahaprabhu?
How to get a higher taste in chanting from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? What a great question. That's a question everyone should be asking all the time. How to get a higher taste. Rupa Goswami says that one should practice a lot. Practice, a lot. Because the more you practice chanting Hare Krishna, the better your odds are at getting success. This is mentioned in the Shastra. Aparada Sahasran. How does that verse start? Huh? Somehow it's not coming into my head. Anyway, the Shastra says that even if you're an aparadi, if you continue chanting constantly, then you'll clear those offenses. And Rupa Goswami says, Syat Krishna Nama Charitari Sitapta Vidya Pitopatapta Rasanasyana Rochikanu Kintva Vadad Anudilam Kalusaiva Justa Swadvikramad Bhavati Tad Garamula Hantri. The disease that's making you not taste the holy name will be destroyed at the root if you go on taking it as medicine. Because the reason that I can't taste the holy name is because of the disease called avidya, ignorance. It's a doozy. But the holy name is more powerful, and it's medicine. And if you continue taking it, just as when you have jaundice and you take sugarcane juice, which tastes terrible, makes you want to vomit, your disease will gradually be cured. And also, there's 3 P's in chanting Hare Krishna, the japa. The first is, posture. And Prabhupada gave this instruction very concisely on one tape. He said, sit properly. So if you sit up straight and chant your japa, Krishna will take you more seriously. And you'll take yourself more seriously too. It's amazing how seriously you can take yourself if you just sit up straight. And everyone else takes you more seriously. If you go to a classroom and you sit up straight, the teacher will think, oh, this is a very good person. And even if you're a D student, you'll get an A- or a B+. Just from sitting up straight. So what to speak of chanting japa, if you sit up straight for the holy name and say, this is something I'm sitting up straight for. I don't sit up straight for anybody, but for the holy name, I sit up straight. Then you'll get traction in your chanting. And the second P is pronunciation. if you concentrate on the fact that there are 16 names and 32 syllables, it's a very balanced mantra, even numbers, and you hit each one of those with your tongue, and you think about how you're hitting each one with your tongue, and if you think you're pronouncing the mantra nicely, then record yourself. But before you do, sit down, because you'll be so shocked, you'll maybe want to jump off a building or something like that. Boy, that's me chanting? I don't even recognize the mantra. I'm missing so many syllables. So attend to this as much as a pole vaulter. Anybody know what the pole vault is? Track and field? You a pole vaulter? Pole vaulters, they're looking at eighths of an inch. Or high jump, in the high jump. High jump, you can win the international championship at the Olympics if you clear an extra eighth of an inch on the bar. And so in chanting japa too, we should look for incremental improvements. You just say, okay, it's just a little bit better. That's all right. This is big stakes. This is a chip in the big game. You take these little things seriously, how you're pronouncing the mantra and so forth, how you're working your lips and tongue to make sure that you're saying it correctly. Then the rest of your nervous system will also take it seriously. Otherwise, if you just say it casually, you sit casually and you say it casually, then the rest of your mental system will say, yeah, it's not such a big deal. Then you'll make all the other offenses that, it's not such a big deal. What offense is that? Think the glories of chanting Hare Krishna is imaginary, and so forth. It all goes downhill from there. So pay attention and take it as the most important sound to listen to pay attention to. And then the third thing is prayer. You should pray like there's no tomorrow, because there really isn't. There really isn't any tomorrow. And you should as Steve Jobs used to say, you should live every day as if it's your last. Oops. Because one day you'll be right. And you should chant like every day is your last, because one day you'll be correct. So 3 P's. Another question?
And same Rishikesh Prabhu, he's asking, and when the Lord was present, just by his embrace or glance, people got Krishna Prem. I am wondering why it does not happen now and takes so long to even get higher taste in chanting.
Well, what happened when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was here? He would teach the chanting to somebody else, and their life would be changed, and they'd begin to chant the pure name in the Hare Krishna. And then when others would hear from that person, they would also take it up. And the process is still going on. It's not then and now. It's the same time. It's the same movement. In geological time, Mahaprabhu was here about 50 seconds ago. So it's the same time. It's the same time. But granted, when Krishna is personally present somewhere, there's a special effect that when Krishna was present on the planet, there were demons who got liberation, and the acharyas say that no other incarnation of God could do that except for Krishna. And when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was personally present, there's special dispensation available. But the fact is that the name that he gave is still in the air. It's still on the lips of the devotees being passed down. That's what parampara means. And so don't think that what was available then is not available now. It is. And Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur also gives some direction. He said, you should wait for the fruit. Don't be impatient. Just like on a tree. You have to plant the tree, you have to water it, you have to cultivate, you have to wait till the fruit comes. And it comes at its own sweet time. You can't force it. But you should understand that the fruit is already there in the tree. You just have to keep watering and protect the tree. So don't be impatient. Yes?
It was just recollecting when we were in Bhakti Vinod Thakur's house and we had fortune to hear from Mahatma Prabhu, and he said when in the last about this holy name that how when he was also the young devotee, and so he was the essence was that the holy name is effect for everyone is the same, is for advanced as well as for the beginner. If they chant with the concentration, he was telling when he was beginner, he was feeling that the same, the chanting with that gusto that yes, I want to do service, and that made and same thing. But after some year, you may feel that I don't need, I am advanced, and you may not have that intensity that you have when you are in the beginning phase. So I like that point very much.
That's such a great point. Yeah. Beginner's mind. Start, like we were saying, start over every day. Say, I'm a beginner now. Give up the false ego and be childlike and like you just got here. I mean, you don't have to act like that necessarily, but internally you must renew and appreciate. I see the most advanced God brothers that I have and God sisters or anyone else for that matter, are those who have that kind of appreciation. Especially, I saw when we were with Rajendra Nandan Prabhu, we were in Mayapur, just out of good fortune, he decided to join our yatra in Mayapur and Puri. And everywhere we went, I just relished his association so much because he appreciates the devotees everywhere. Wherever he sees a spark of Krishna consciousness, he appreciates it. And he's an appreciating machine. And that very quickly elevates one in Krishna consciousness. And this is much the experience of a new devotee before one becomes jaded. Do you know what jaded means?
So you get a shock and you are illusioned in some way or taking a back step.
Okay, give us the dictionary definition. Yes, jaded means?
Like if somebody's just kind of, they have contempt, you know, they've just seen everything, they've...
Right. Yeah. This is jaded. As I've seen there, I've been there, I've done that. And so the word jaded actually, it doesn't have anything to do with the stone, jade. A jade is an old horse. He's been around the course so many times, and he's been beaten so many times, he doesn't even care anymore. A jade's an old horse. So to be jaded means like, is like, all right, I'm worn out, I don't care. You can't become jaded. You have to have beginner's mind and be like appreciative. When we first come to Krishna consciousness, like my experience was, devotees could do no wrong. Of course, if you're a man, don't become a manager. If you have that kind of mindset and you see how, and you're just appreciating devotees on this level, how great they are. In fact, I mean, as a neophyte, first walking in the door, I worshipped every devotee as being the greatest person who ever lived. And it's true. And the fact is, it's true. Even with faults and anomalies and so forth, it's really true. And from a higher perspective, this is what Prabhupada says in many places, as good as kings, better than, excuse me, that was a blasphemy I just made. Better than kings, every one of them, every devotee, better than kings, Prabhupada said. And that's the non-jaded view, that appreciating capacity that grows in one who's seeing like that, advances very quickly. Another point? Any other coming from the internet?
Yeah. So is Sudeep telling that?
Sudeep?
Yeah.
Wow. I wonder if he's at work and texting in.
He's everything. He's here. Greatly enjoying
we'll
the class.
We'll change the last name just in case his boss is listening too.
Greatly enjoying the class online. Please accept my humble wishes. A big Haribol to everyone.
Haribol! Okay. Yes, Malini, and then Harivamsha.
See also the point that you mentioned about the qualification of the people in this Kali Yuga is actually their disqualification. that actually struck me also a lot. And when we were in Puri, we used to sing the song Gauranga Karuna Kuru. In that, Narottam Das Thakur, he goes to a great length to explain how fallen, how disqualified he is, even to the extent he's saying, like, if you don't consider me as unqualified, then why did you put your name as Patita Pavana? So I was just thinking that everybody in this age of Kali Yuga is in that situation.
It's like when you're putting your application for the government. It's like, I got nothing. You're applying for a grant, right? You go like, how much do you have? Nothing. So when you go before Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and you apply for his mercy, it's like, I have nothing. I'm zero. This was the formula given by Queen Kunti, Akinchana Gochara. Janmaishvarya, Shruta Shribir, Edamana Madapuman, Naivar Hat Yavidatum Vai, Twama Kinchana Gocharam. She said, if you think you have something, wealth, fame, intelligence, beauty, just the thought that I have this, it contaminates your ability, your sincere approach to Krishna consciousness. It's so abominable that it's like the stool of a hog, says Raghunath Das Goswami. And it's so prevalent. One devotee was telling me about how there are these monks that they live very austere. I'm not advocating heavy austerity because bhakti is not about austerity. It's not about renunciation, actually, at all. It's about yukta vairagya, using everything in Krishna's service. But I'm giving this as an example because I didn't want to clear the room, except for the brahmacharis. No, just kidding. These very austere monks that would live in these monasteries, and then some of them would decide to take the next step, which would be go off to the desert by them completely alone to do their prayer, their bhajan. And in this book about the life of these monks, it said most of them, although they were considered the most advanced of the advanced in the monastery, they would go to the desert by themselves, and then they would give up the practice. Because they had this realization that actually all the austerity that we're doing was because somebody was watching. Like in the company of everyone else, like, yeah, I can do that. I can drink that. I can not do that. But once they get by themselves, like, nobody's watching? Forget it. And there's this subtle contamination of the ego. And it can come in any form. It's I'm the most renounced. Or it can come, I'm beautiful. Or I'm wealthy. Or anything like that. High birth. I have a higher birth. I have more qualification than somebody else. As soon as you consider I have qualification, you're disqualified. This is the paradox that's being presented here. So now Queen Kunti says, Janmaishvarya Shruta Shribir, she's naming all the usual suspects. Enamana Madapuman, you become intoxicated by that, and you're ruined by it, just like intoxication ruins people. They lose everything. You'll lose everything if you take these intoxications. What are they? Birth. I'm from California. Not that that's any, this beauty, wealth, learning. I know more. I'm very educated. I know Sanskrit. So all these things, they become an intoxication. You might as well just shoot them right in the vein, and then your ability to chant will be completely lost. So she said, therefore, you have to become a kinchana gochara. I have nothing. I'm a lost soul. I'm the runt of the litter. I didn't get anything. In fact, we should pray like that. I saw that this ecstasy of Pundarik Vidyanidhi. You know the story of Pundarik Vidyanidhi? I'll tell you my favorite part of the story. Pundarik Vidyanidhi was the greatest devotee of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And nobody knew who he was except for Mukunda. because he grew up in the same neighborhood. He knew the exalted quality of Pundarik Vijayanidhi. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu used to call out his name before he came to town and before anybody knew who he was. He'd say, "Oh, Pundarik Pop, Pundarik Pop." He was calling out to him. Everyone was saying, "I wonder what that is. Maybe it's another way of chanting. Maybe it's another name." Only Mukunda knew. And when Pundarik Vijayanidhi came, then Mukunda went and he asked Gadadhar, "Do you want to see a pure devotee?" And Gadadhar was a simple soul from his very birth. He was very simple and renounced, austere, devoted. He said, "Yes, I want to go. I want to see the pure devotee." He said, "You come with me." And he took him to the house of Pundarik Vijayanidhi. It was a beautiful house. Walked up the stairs to meet him. He had servants everywhere. And Pundarik was reclined on his ornate bed, had carvings on the bed, had sheets as white as the foam on the milk. And he had beautiful pottery all around the room with nice flower arrangements. His body was ornamented with jewels. He had beautiful black curly hair that was slicked back with nice smelling oil. And as reclined, as if to say, "I am lucky, I am materially opulent," on this beautiful bed, they walked into the room and Kunda gestured, "There he is." And Gadadhar, his mind became confused. This is... The words didn't come out, but in his mind he was thinking. And Mukunda could understand right away. So Mukunda, being expert in relishing the mellow, he uttered a verse from the Bhagavatam. Aho bhakiyam stanakalakutam is a verse that was spoken by Sri Uddhava about Baki, who's Putana, the sister of Bakasura, who tried to poison Krishna, but who was liberated by Krishna because she had offered her breast just like a mother, even though there was poison on it, and that was her intention. And Uddhava says, who would take shelter of anyone else? Because Krishna is so merciful that he saved Baki. And when Pundarik Vijayanidhi heard this one verse from the Bhagavatam, he went into an ecstatic trance that had him flailing his arms around the room. Every piece of pottery was smashed. His hair went haywire. The expensive sheets were scattered all over the room. His servants could not hold him down. The kind of ecstasy, it was like a hurricane in his heart. This is the kind of ecstasy that devotees experience, these Mahabhagavats. Like a hurricane in the heart. They couldn't hold him down for hours. He was thrashing the room. And finally, he went into a trance. But during his thrashing, he was saying over and over again, "Oh my Lord, why did you make me like a stone? Why did you make my heart unfeeling? Why I cannot feel any symptom of love for you? Why did you make me like a dead stone?" That was what he was saying as he was smashing the room in his ecstasy. So the devotees have this paradoxical way that they feel like, I don't have anything. Akinchana, I don't have anything. And those who are beginners have to practice that. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, Trinadapi sunichena, toror api sahishnuna, amanina manadena kirtaniya sadahari. In order to chant, really chant, and go on chanting and have a taste for chanting, you have to be ready. You have to ready yourself to give all respects to others and not take any respect for yourself. You can't be the man. That's what it means. Nirmana moha jitasangatosha. Nirman means don't be the man. Amanitvam, adamvitvam means don't be the man. Don't try to be the controller, don't try to be the center. And if you can do that, that's the secret that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave. What else? Yeah.
I also liked the point how Chaitanya Mahaprabhu really went after people. So, in Chaitanya Charitamrita only there is a verse where he says that, oh, the lowest of the students, the Mayavadis, the scientists, something like that. He says they have escaped. Now I want to bring them in my loving network. And even though he was displaying the pastimes of the greatest devotee, he took sannyas in the tradition of Shankaracharya. He took the Ekadandi sannyas, and it says that he didn't even put tilaka and had shikha, just to somehow or the other run after. And we see the incidents of Prakashanand Saraswati and all his 60,000 disciples, and with Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya also. And I was just thinking that how this parampara of running behind is continuing, because after that Srinivas Acharya and all others they ran after, and then we are also following Srila Prabhupada and other Acharyas, and we are also knocking the doors. So I was thinking that this is quite auspicious.
Madhavananda made this really nice point. You remember that? When we were on the yatra, he was saying, Dai tava pache pache. In this bhajan, the devotees saying, oh, my spiritual master, I'm running after you. And why is he running after the spiritual master? Well, because the spiritual master's running. Because he's running. That's why. And he said that this is a whole movement of running. Because Chaitanya Mahaprabhu started it. He was like, Mayamragam dayate taman vadavad. Out of mercy, he was running after the conditioned soul. So if you want to keep up with him, you got to be running. And if you're following a spiritual master, he or she is running after Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and after his or her spiritual master. And because of that, this is a movement. What is the movement? It's about giving the mercy, following the footsteps of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Yeah, nice point.
I was just thinking about this do or die mentality that you mentioned that Srila Prabhupada had when he came to America. I feel like I kind of had a little realization about that. You know, it seems as though the whole, I mean, in some sense, like the whole purpose or the whole essence of Sankirtan, you know, of going out and preaching and all this is to develop this do or die mentality or this do or die attitude. I kind of, looking back, I mean, you know, I feel like I've struggled with this for so long. I could kind of, you know, feel, you know, my mind has kind of like an aversion to, you know, going out there and trying to, you know, deal with these people and all this, because it's unpredictable, you know, you never know what's going to happen, what's going to come your way, you know, what are you going to have to surrender to today, you know, and so it just kind of creates a situation where you're just not in control, you know, and it's really scary, you know, but I feel like, you know, after doing it for a while, I feel like maybe I'm making a little bit of progress. It doesn't seem as difficult as it used to be, you know, most of the time. But what's your comment on that? Would you, I mean...
Well, that's why it's such a valued service, one of the reasons. Valued in the sense of being purifying for the devotee, because every day is a new day. I can remember so many times when I thought I had it figured out. I got the lines that are working and they'll never stop, and then the next day somebody turned the water off. It's like, water's off, nobody's going to stop for you now. And realizing that it's not a mechanical process, and it's an empowered activity where one has to really dig deeply into sadhana and feel empowered by Krishna, and also be very humble that I'm not the controller. And one who lives in that zone constantly, of putting oneself in that scary position of not being the controller, and also having the goal of bringing others to Krishna consciousness and having to learn the subtleties of how to communicate to them in such a way that they can take it. It may be against your sensibility to preach to people in a certain way, But if your goal is to have them become Krishna conscious, you may sacrifice that. What was Chaitanya Mahaprabhu thinking when he sat for 7 days and listened to Mayavad philosophy coming from Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya? It's against the sensibility of any Vaishnava, but he had one thing in mind: I must deliver Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. And when he went to meet those Mayavadi sannyasis with Prakashananda Saraswati Thakur and so forth, this was, an act of mercy. So we have to mix it up with all kinds of people. And yes, this idea of death, there's a saying, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta, Maranam before Smaranam. Maranam before Smaranam, die first. Die to live. Die to live. That's as Hegel said. You must die first. Die, and then you can really live. Die to the false ego. Any spiritual path that is not self-effacing, that is not ego-effacing, that is not taking away the sense of false ego is completely bogus. Any self-respecting spiritual path that's actually a little bit below the surface understands that there's a false ego that's holding me back from reality, whatever the conception of reality is in that particular discipline. And one must overcome it. But in our process, we have this idea of die to live. And you can do that by putting the priority on let somebody else live. And so I put my false ego to the side. And we find also it's a self-regulating process. When you go out to spread Krishna consciousness, preaching, distributing books, going door to door, as you had mentioned, it's self-regulating because, well, one devotee was telling me, a great book distributor who lives in Tokyo, Radhika Raman Prabhu, and just a great person altogether. He's an artist and a book distributor. And he was saying how he had so many realizations about the correlation between his morning sadhana and what happened to him when he went out on book distribution. And the kinds of friction that he would get on book distribution, he could directly correlate to the inattention he gave. I can't say gave inattention. The inattention that he how he was inattentive in his japa correlated to the kinds of feedback, harsh feedback that he got when he was on Sankirtan. And so there's immediate feedback from the environment. If you have any kind of anger in your heart, envy, lust, and so forth, and you put that out to the poor innocent soul as you're trying to spread Krishna consciousness, not their fault. I mean, they're walking around in public, you're going and approaching them, and if you have something in your heart that's impure and you try to impose it upon them, you'll get immediate feedback, inordinate feedback, and that's purifying. And then it comes out into the open in front of your face and you can see, oh, look how impure I am. Whereas if you live amongst peers, and everyone agrees with you, or even if they don't agree with you, which is more often the case, even amidst a devotee community, there's a way in which you can blend it in. You don't see it as much. But if you go out to meet the public, people who don't know who you are and they don't care who you are, then there's a backdrop that has pure white on it so you can see your particular problems. And just in daily life, when we react based on some kind of impurity that's within the heart, there's a way in which we'll suffer. Like I've always said, don't answer an email when you feel an impulse in your heart, like, who's that guy think he is? Or you're angry. Wait a day or two before you answer. That's why paper letters were much better back in the old days. Because you had to sit down, find you got a piece of paper? How about a pen that works? by the time you feel that your anger's coming down a little bit. By the time you find a stamp and a mailbox and you're thinking, yeah, I don't think I'll mail this. Whereas with the emails, like, push the button and then, why did I do that? And similarly, when we go out to meet people, we could say so many things, but we learn after some time, sensitivity training, that people have feelings. You may think, oh, they're materialists. They're living entities. They're sentient. They have feelings. And they know what you're thinking, too. They're smart. Living entities are really smart. Even cats and dogs know what you're thinking, what to speak of human beings. And they know when people are cheating, and they know when people are motivated and everything like that. And when you're not motivated and you're not a cheater, even the ruffians will beat a path to your door. As it said about the 6 Goswamis of Vrindavan, the gentle and the ruffians, they wanted to be around them, and just because they didn't have that. They were dead to the world of the ego. Maranam before smaranam.
Actually, about the Sankirtan only, I remember His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj in his class towards the end, somebody had asked the question that sometimes we get all the anarthas attack, and he was glorifying Sankirtan, and especially in that lecture book distribution. So he said to some devotees, okay, why don't you all chant loudly, very, very loudly? Everybody just cried out. He asked, how many of you thought of sense gratification? So, and he told that Sankirtan and the movement of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is such a high sadhana. If you are putting your attention to it, just sense gratification the thought only won't come into picture. And so that's why I was just correlating how Srila Prabhupada was saying that Sankirtan, they are Nitya Siddhas and Jivan Muktas, because, and I have faced that. If we are doing book distribution on Harinam, somehow it escapes, and it is very profound.
Yeah, and also one sees that whatever fears or misgivings I have in my mind, when you actually go from your comfort zone into the field to spread Krishna consciousness, they disappear, because you see that they were all imagined. Like the other night when we went to Palo Alto for the Harinam, it was just funny. First of all, we were just back from the Dham, and I was thinking, why aren't these people chanting? You know, when you're in the Dham for a little while and everyone's going, Haribo, Radhi, Radhi, and you get to Palo Alto, it's like, why aren't you chanting? And what happened to you guys? And then we walked by this one store that had the name of the store was Forever Flawless. And I was looking around because it was a deja vu, because when we walked by the store, I was with Mukharavind and one other devotee, right? Yeah. Was it? Oh, Jaik and I. We were together. So we were walking by the store, and they stopped us. They were so bored in their Forever Flawless store. They were standing outside like, can't we get something else, you know? And we walked by and said, hey, come back here, you know? We were just on our way as fast as we could to the Harinam. And they called us back, saying, hey, get back over here. We're like, what are you guys doing? And they're like, we said, well, you're in the Forever Flawless store. Why are you asking us, you know? And they said, what's the paint and on your head and all that kind of stuff? And it reminded me that there's another store called Eternal Beauty. Infinite Beauty. Okay, Infinite Beauty and Forever Flawless are right on University Avenue. And the same thing happened when we walked by Infinite Beauty. They were out there, right? Were you with us? They called us over. They said, what are you guys doing? I said, don't worry, we'll be back. We'll come and chant in your store. And so everyone's got the imitation. And when we go out and you present the real thing, you see in the minds and hearts of the people who are out there that they're really looking for the Abhishtadoham. And when they see it, they understand it. And then someone may argue, oh yeah, but so many people will be averse or block their ears and stuff. That's more proof. At least in the hearts of the Sankirtan devotees, when they see people who become annoyed, or they don't want to hear it, or they just walk by without looking, there's a feeling in which one might reflect on one's own heart and say, that's me ignoring the holy name. And one also learns from that. So the environment of Sankirtan is very powerful. Well, thank you. Hare Krishna. Donation for the Sankirtan Festival. Hare Krishna. Okay, so now we're going to sing the song that we always sing on every holy day and appearance day, Shuddha Bhakta Charana Renu, because this song will transport us to the spiritual world. How is everybody? We welcome everybody who's joined us on the internet. Thank you very much for joining the Bhakti Without Borders program. Shuddha Bhakta Charana Renu Bhajananu Kula. Shuddha Bhakta Charana Shuddha Bhakta Charana Bhakta Seva Paramasiddhi Premalati Karambula. Madhavatiti Bhakti Janani Jatane Palana Kori. Krishna Basati Basati Boli Paramadare Bori. Gaura Majesha Bastani Koloro Brahmana Range. Seshabastana Heribo Ami Prayani Bhakata Sange. Mridanga Bhajya Shunati Mana Abasara Sarajache. Gaurvihita Kirtana Shuni Anande Hridoya Nache. Gaurvihita Kirtana Shuni Anande Hridoya Nache. Gaurvihita Kirtana Shuni Anande Hridoya Nache. Jugala Murti Deki Amora Parama Ananda Hoya. Prasada Seva Korite Hoya Sakala Prapancha Jaya. Jedina grihe bhajana deki grihete goloka bhaya. Charana sidhu dekhiya ganga sukana sima paya. Tulasi dekhi juraya prana madhava toshani jani. Gaura priya shaksevani jivana sartakamani. Thakur Bhakti Vinod Krishna Bhajane Anukula Paya Jaha. Thakur Bhakti Vinod Krishna Bhajane Anukula Paya Jaha. Pratidibase paramasuke swikara koro yetaha. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Translation. Shraddha. The dust from the lotus feet of pure devotees gives rise to devotional service, and service to the devotees is itself the supreme perfection and the root of the tender creeper of divine love. With great care I observe holy days like Ekadashi and Janmashtami, for they are the mother of devotion, and with the greatest reverence and love I choose as my dwelling place the transcendental abode of Sri Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody. In the company of loving devotees, I will visit all those places where my Lord Gaurasundar traveled and performed his pastimes. My mind always begs to hear the music of the mridanga, and my heart dances in ecstasy whenever I hear the kind of kirtan established by Lord Gaurachandra. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I feel supreme bliss when I behold the deity forms of the divine couple, Shishi, Radha, and Krishna. And I conquer all worldly illusions by honoring the Lord's prasadam. Every day, Goloka Vrindavan appears in my home when I see the Lord Hari being worshipped there. My joy knows no bounds when I see the Ganges, a river of nectar emanating from the Lord's lotus feet. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. The sight of the Tulsi plant soothes my soul, for I know she gives pleasure to Lord Krishna. I feel that my life has been fulfilled when I honor shak, a green leafy vegetable preparation that is a favorite of Lord Chaitanya's. Whatever Bhakti Vinod obtains that furthers devotional service to Sri Krishna, he accepts every day with the greatest joy. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bhakata charanarenu bhajananukula. Shudha Bhakata charanarenu bhajananukula. Bhakata charanarenu bhajananukula. Bhakata seva paramasiddhi premalati karambula. Bhakata seva paramasiddhi premalati karambula. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Thai God, Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Thai God, Hari Bol. Jai Gaura Premanande. Avantika Harmonium. Go Premanande. Hare Krishna. Now I want to take up the reading where you left off last night, where Damodar left off reading. And I would like the book, to read from the book. And while we're transitioning, we'll take a 1 minute and 32-second break. Keep the vibration going. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. 7142. Hare Krishna. Seva, good. Om Jnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Dina Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Shri Chaitanya Manopishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadahmayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Sri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatam Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvetam Sadvadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanusute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vansha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Gopremanande Hari Hari Bo. Welcome to everyone who's joined us here in the ISV studios today for Sri Gaura Purnima. We welcome everyone who's joined us on the internet or on the phone. Thank you very much. The more that we come together to hear and chant about Krishna, the more we're transported back home, back to Godhead. Simply by the process of hearing, with submission and simplicity, one advances in devotional service. Shrinvatam swa kata Krishna, punya shravana kirtana, hridyantaksto hyabhadrani vidhunoti suhritsatam. Lord Sri Krishna, who is the Paramatma, the super soul in everyone's heart, and the benefactor of the truthful devotee, cleanses desire for material enjoyment from the heart of the devotee who relishes his messages, which are in themselves virtuous when properly heard and chanted. And there's nothing more proper than sitting together for Sri Gaura Purnima and hearing from the Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita. Hare Krishna. I see squirrels running by in the trees out there, and they're not at all interested. But someone later on can give them a little peanut butter prasadam. And I think they'll come around next life. You can't chant with a squirrel tongue unless you're induced by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who could make animals like beasts in the jungle, lions and tigers and elephants and even dogs chant Hare Krishna. So we pray that the squirrels out there can pick up this vibration also. Okay, we're continuing with Lord Chaitanya and 5 features. This section was published as a book called of the same name, Lord Chaitanya and 5 features. We had a paperback book and a big hardback book. This is text number 142. She sarbo vidhera abhideyanam. Sharana bhakti hoite hoya primera udgama. By practicing this regulated devotional service under the direction of a spiritual master, certainly one awakens his dormant love of Godhead. This process is called abhideya. Purport. By the practice of devotional service, beginning with hearing and chanting, the impure heart of a conditioned soul is purified and thus he can understand his eternal relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. That eternal relationship is described by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Jivera Swarupoi Krishnera Nityadas. The living entity is an eternal servitor of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. When one is convinced about this relationship, which is called sambandha, he then acts accordingly. When one is convinced about this relationship, which is called sambandha, he then acts accordingly. When one is convinced about this relationship, which is called sambandha, then he acts accordingly. Just one side point is that everyone acts accordingly. According to one's realization, one will act, because we vote with our feet. And by coming to real knowledge through hearing Sambandha Gyan, which is necessary in order to develop this faith and realization of one's relationship, to become convinced. That's a strong word, convinced. One is convinced against his will, is of the same opinion still. But when one is actually convinced deep within one's heart, one will act accordingly. And this is the proof of somebody who has attained this realization within the heart, is steadiness in service. This is something that cannot be faked. When one is convicted in the heart, then one's service becomes steady. Steadiness means you have to overcome obstacles, because obstacles are there. They come and they present a great challenge to one's devotional service, everyone's devotional service. And sometimes the greatest of devotees are revealed because of the obstacles only. If it were not for the great obstacles that faced many of the devotees, one would never know their greatness. So this knowledge that I live on beyond this body, this is what Prabhupada emphasized over and over and over again. One must be first convinced of this, that I don't have a huge stake in this lifetime because I'm simply passing through. And I'll cross over this particular body to another body. And one who understands that the goal of life is to attain Krishna and his relation, in one's relationship with Krishna, will do so at all costs. And no matter what the obstacle is, one will go on with one's service. That is called Abhideya. The next step is Prayojana Siddhi, or fulfillment of the ultimate goal of one's life. If one can understand his relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead and act accordingly, automatically his mission in life is fulfilled. The Mayavadi philosophers miss even the first stage in self-realization because they have no conception of God's being personal. He is the master of all, and he is the only person who can accept the service of all living entities. But since this knowledge is lacking in Mayavad philosophy, Mayavadis do not have knowledge even of their relationship with God. They wrongly think that everyone is God, or that everyone is equal to God. Therefore, since the real position of the living entity is not clear to them, how can they advance further? Although they are very much puffed up at being liberated, Mayavadi philosophers very shortly fall down again to material activities due to their neglecting the lotus feet of the Lord. This is called patantya daha. Yene ravindaksha maninas toyasta bhavad avashudha buddhaya aruya krishna param padam tata patantyato nadrita yushmadangrayaha. Bhagavatam 10:2-32. What's the name of the chapter? 10:2? Prayers of the demigods to the Lord Krishna in the womb of his mother. Here it is said that persons who think themselves liberated but do not execute devotional service not knowing their relationship with the Lord, are certainly misled. One must know his relationship with the Lord and act accordingly. Then the fulfillment of his life's mission will be possible. I'm going to read the translation again because we have access to everything that's been said in the purport, and we can see from the translation, She Sarva Vedera, that is the essence of all Vedic literature, Abhideya Nam, the process called Abhideya. It's called process or devotional activities. Sharana Bhakti, another name of this process, devotional service and practice. Hoite, from this, very important word, from this. Hoi, there is, primera, of love of Godhead, udgama, awakening. Everyone say udgama. Udgama. Means? Awakening. And where does it come from? No, how does the awakening happen? Yeah, one begins this practice. So this is necessary in the beginning that one practice this devotional service. Practice means that one is a beginner. Of course, even when one's advanced, but in the beginning it's like medicine, in the end it's like food. There's a way in which in the beginning one may practice without taste or much taste. There has to be some taste or realization. But nonetheless, it will lead to this realization and ultimate goal of life, prayojan, which is pure love for Krishna. So in the Nectar of Instruction, Prabhupada points out, he quotes from the Bhagavatam, from the Chaitanya Charitamrita, krame krame, that the neophyte, the Kanishta Adhikari starts by chanting Hare Krishna, by following the order of the spiritual master, and step by step then comes to the position of Uttama Adhikari. So it's not that it happens, well, it happens by the Lord's mercy, but one must engage in this practice of devotional service. Then, krame krame. Any comments or reflection from the purport?
How I was just thinking how Prabhupada refutes the Mayavad philosophy that they didn't even get to the first step of God realization.
Yeah, didn't even get to first base because they don't accept the Supreme Personality of Godhead. That's not going to work. Anything else? This is the next text, 143. Krishnera charani hoy jari anurag Krishna vinu anjatra tar nahi rage rag. Nahi rage rag. Nahi, there does not, rahe, remain, rag, attachment. If one develops his love of Godhead and becomes attached to the lotus feet of Krishna, gradually he loses his attachment to everything else. Nahi rahe rag, everyone say. Nahi rahe rag. Say it again. Nahi rahe rag. So if somebody stops you when you walk out of the room and says, "What was the class about?" you go, Nahi rahe rag. Nahi rage rag. It's about the fact that if one develops his love of Godhead and becomes attached to the lotus feet of Krishna, gradually he loses attachment to everything else. This is a true sign. Purport: this is a test of advancement in devotional service, as stated in Srimad Bhagavatam 11.2.42. Bhaktir parishanu bhava viraktir anyatra cha. In bhakti, a devotee's only attachment is Krishna. He no longer wants to maintain his attachments to many other things. Although Mayavadi philosophers are supposed to be very much advanced on the path of liberation, we see that after some time they descend to politics and philanthropic activities. Many big sannyasis who were supposedly liberated and very advanced have come down again to materialistic activities, although they left this world as mithya, false. When a devotee develops in devotional service, however, he no longer has attachments to such philanthropic activities. He is simply inspired to serve the Lord, and he engages his entire life in such service. This is the difference between Vaishnava and Mayavadi philosophers. Devotional service, therefore, is practical, whereas Mayavad philosophy is merely mental speculation. The point is that there's no choice unless one finds the variety of the spiritual world and the mellow of relationship with Krishna and the devotees, and experiences it deeply. There is no choice. One must come back to the perverted mellow of the material world and the variety of the material world. We can't do without it. Anandamaya bhyasat. The living entity is constantly searching for Ananda. And Ananda comes in variety, and it comes in relationship with the variety. And therefore, unless one has a real taste and gets that real taste, one will be forced to come back to the material world. And not just talking about Mayavadis, those who are practicing in devotional service who neglect their sadhana will again be forced to try to taste the material world, even against their will. One may have a remembrance that the material world is a temporary place, it's not my final interest. But if one's sadhana is lacking and one doesn't get a taste on the positive side, you'd be forced to try to taste it again in the material world. Forced, because there's no other choice. There's not three choices, there's two. Anyadevahur sambhavad, anyadahura sambhavat, iti shushrumatiranam yenas tadvichachakshire. You've got yourself on one side, the worship of the Supreme Lord on the other side, that which is not supreme. Two choices, two. So one must therefore take this as an impetus to do sadhana which is inspirational. One must not do niyamagraha, which means doing sadhana for the sake of finishing the numbers, although that must be done also. But simultaneously, one must pray deeply to get a taste. Because even a mustard seed of taste, even an instant, one instant in which one experiences the detachment that comes from chanting the holy name and the happiness which comes from the relief of chanting the holy name, any experience at all, will register in one's consciousness. Our consciousness registers things all the time. And we have hundreds and millions and billions of vrittis, or impressions, from previous experiences with sense gratification. Sometimes devotees ask, why does it take so long? Because there are a lot of impressions in there. And one has been following them unrestrictedly for, well, since a time immemorial. We can't remember how long. It's been millennia. It's been before the last creation started. That's a long time, trillions of years. And how many bodies? Countless. If you stack up the number of bones that you've had, well, if I stack up the number of bones that I've had in each one of my bodies that I've taken in the material world, that pile alone will block out the sun. There's so many. And the tears I've cried, it will make an ocean. One living entity. So that's how long we've been in the material world. So it's reasonable to take a little bit of time to practice devotional service, to develop taste on the positive side. But it's absolutely necessary. One has to be serious about the practice and not shave off a minute here or a minute there, or around here and around there. One has to be very strict, like lines in stone, and try to increase as life goes further on in order to come to the very positive stage of attachment to devotional service and freedom from the taste of the material world, which comes as a natural result. Bhakti parisharubhava viraktir anyatra traishatrika ekakala. This happens simultaneously, that one gets bhakti, one gets anurag, or direct experience, and one also gets detachment from things not related to Krishna. How many things are not related to Krishna in the material world? That's such a tricky question, I can't even answer it. Prapadya manasya yatasnata tushti pushti shuddha payonugasam said just like eating food, nourishment, satisfaction, and the hunger is eradicated as you take every bite of the food. So similarly, as you take on this practice of devotional service and you surrender to it, gradually, as you move forward, you'll get simultaneously, your bhakti will increase, your devotion. You'll also get direct experience, and you'll become detached from all things that aren't related to Krishna. Any points from this purport? Reflection, anything that's stuck in your mind?
He's simply inspired to serve the Lord, and he engages his entire life in such service. And we've seen that how so many Srila Prabhupada himself and his so many disciples dedicated their whole life because they just inspired, God inspired, and they're still serving. So
that sounds attractive, doesn't it? Dedicate your whole life to the process of devotional service. It sounds heroic. It sounds like notable. Whereas dedicate your whole life to trying to make a living in the material world, is that notable, noteworthy? Or is that another face in the crowd? Yes?
And I was also thinking how Prabhupada makes it very practical that even though these Mayavadi sannyasis are so great with their knowledge and their realization in their own way and all that, Prabhupada again puts them back saying that they just come back to Mithya. Again, the first they negated. Which if we think a little deeper, sounds so dangerous to follow that path, and which is also imbibed in our consciousness also a lot, and which comes out at different times because of that we become callous and sometimes ignore the inner heart of devotees, and we just act like very callously, don't care for anything like that because our heart has become so hard. And I thought that's so very dangerous to go in that path of Mayavad and be very careful to notice within ourselves.
Yeah, really nice points that you make. And at the very end, Prabhupada says that whereas Mayavad philosophy is merely mental speculation, there's a way in which there's a lot of word jugglery, and at the end, it's bankrupt. Nothing there. Nice points, thank you. Number 144, Panchama Purushartha She Prema Mahadhana. Jai Shriman Mahaprabhu, Jai Shri Shri Radhamanan Mohan Ji Ki Jai, Jai Shri Shri Lakshmi Nrsingadev Ki Jai. Krishnana Madhurya Ras Karaye Ashvadan. Love of Godhead is so exalted that it is considered to be the fifth goal of human life. By awakening one's love of Godhead, one can attain the platform of conjugal love, tasting it even during the present span of life. All we're doing is just getting one encouragement after another today, isn't it? This is Mahaprabhu's mercy. Purport. The Mayavadi philosophers consider the highest goal of perfection to be liberation, mukti, which is the fourth perfectional platform. Generally, people are aware of four principal goals of life: religiosity, dharma, economic development, artha, sense gratification, kama, and ultimately liberation, moksha. But devotional service is situated on the platform above liberation. In other words, when one is actually liberated, mukta, he can understand the meaning of love of Godhead, Krishna Prema. While teaching, Rupa Goswami, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu stated, Koti Mukta Madhye Durla Beka Krishna Bhakta. Out of millions of liberated persons, one may become a devotee of Lord Krishna. The most elevated Mayavadi philosopher can rise to the platform of liberation, but Krishna Bhakti, devotional service to Krishna, is transcendental to such liberation. Srila Vyasadeva explains this fact in Srimad Bhagavatam 1.1.2. Dharmak projita kaitavotra paramo nirmat saranam satam. Vejam vastam amatravvastu shivadam tapa trayunmulanam. Completely rejecting all religions which are materially motivated, the Bhagavat Purana propounds the highest truth, which is understandable by those devotees who are pure in heart. The highest truth is reality distinguished from illusion for the welfare of all. Such truth uproots the threefold miseries. Srimad Bhagavatam, the explanation of the Vedanta Sutra, is meant for Paramo Nirmatsaranam, those who are completely aloof from jealousy. Mayavadi philosophers are jealous of the existence of the personality of Godhead. Therefore, the Vedanta Sutra is not actually meant for them. They unnecessarily poke their noses into the Vedanta Sutra, but they have no ability to understand it because, as the author of the Vedanta Sutra writes in his commentary, Srimad Bhagavatam, it is meant for those who are pure in heart. Paramo nirmatsaranam. If one is envious of Krishna, how can he understand the Vedanta Sutra or Srimad Bhagavatam? The Mayavadi's primary occupation is to offend the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna. For example, although Krishna demands our surrender in the Bhagavad Gita, the greatest scholar and so-called philosopher in modern India has protested that it is not to Krishna that we have to surrender. Therefore, he is envious. Since Mayavadis of all different descriptions are envious of Krishna, they have no scope for understanding the meaning of the Vedanta Sutra. Even if they were on the liberated platform, as they falsely claim, love of Krishna is beyond the state of liberation. A fact stated by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and repeated here by Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami. Just interesting also that the most learned may become devoid of real knowledge. Maya Pritagyana. Krishna calls this phenomena that the greatly learned person may have his knowledge stolen by illusion because of his envious nature. So in devotional service, attitude is everything. And Prabhupada mentions this in the preface to the Nectar of Instruction. Attitude, the attitude of the follower will determine his advancement in devotional service. Attitude is everything in devotional service. If one has a devotional attitude and is doing the best one can, even if one is illiterate or not expert in many types of devotional arts and is not a scholar, but is simple and simply devoted, that person is assured of success. Whereas those who are learned in Sanskrit and logic and so forth, if they have a tinge of this jealousy in their heart, then their capability of ascertaining the truth and appreciating the devotees and Krishna is ruined, it's spoiled. So one should associate with pure-hearted souls. One should hear the Bhagavatam in their association and avoid those who are envious of Krishna. And one may hear for long periods of time, but if one has the wrong motivation, one may also not get the result one is looking for. One has to be careful. We saw even in the time of Srila Prabhupada. Is it time for Artik? Well, Hare Krishna. Bhaja Bhakata Vatsala Shigoda Hari. We'll be right back to this. Bhaja Bhakta. Don't go away, anybody. Kata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Vajabhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Belo halo damodara aisai kano. Boga mandiri bosikoro ho bojano. Vajabhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Vajabhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Shri Gaura Hari Sohi Goshta Bihari. Nanda Yashomati Chitta Hari. Vajabhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Vajabhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Nandera Nideshi Baishi Giri Baradari. Baladeva Sahasaka Baishi Sari Sari. Somebody pick up those books. Shukta Shakari Bhaji Nalita Kushmanda. Dali Dalna Dugda Tumbi Dari Mochakanda. Mugda Bora Masha Bora Rotika Gratana. Slow down. Shashkuli Pishtaka Kir Puli Payasana. Vajabhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Vajabhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Sarpura Amrita Keli Ramba Kira Sara. Amrita Rasala Amla Dvalasha Prakara. Luchi Chini Sarpuri Ladu Rasabali. Bojana Korena Krishna Hoye Kutahali. Radhikara Pakana Vivida Vyanjana. Parama Anande Krishna Korena Bojana. Vajabhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Vajabhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Chale Bali Ladu Kai Shimaru Mangala. Bagala Bijay Arodeya Hari Bolo. Radhikari Gane Heri Nayanera Kone. Tripta Hoye Kai Krishna Jashoda Bhavane. Vajabhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Vajabhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Bojanante pi Krishna sabista. Bojanita piya Krishna sabista bari. Sabe mukha prakaloi hai sari sari. Hasta mukha prakalai jata sakagane. Anande Bishrama Kore Bala Devasane. Vajabhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Vajabhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Jambula rasara ane tambula masala. Taha ke Krishna Chandra suke nidra gela. Disha lakcha shiki pucha chamara dulaya. Apurva Shayaya Krishna Sukhe Nidrajaya. Vajabhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Vajabhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Jasomati Agna Pedanishta Anito. Shri Krishna Prasada Radha Punjay Hoy Prito. Lalitari Saki Gana Avishesha Paya. Mane mane sukhe Radha Krishna guna gaya. Vajabhakata Bhakata Shri Gaura Hari. Vajabhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Hari Lila Ek Matra Jahara Pramoda. Bogati Gai Thakur Bhakati Vinodha. Vajabhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Vajabhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Shri Gaura Hari Sohi Goshta Bihari. Vajabhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Vajabhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hari Haraya Namah Krishna Yadavaya Namah Hari Yadavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Namaha Gopal Govinda Ram Sri Madhusudan Giridhari Gopinath Madan Mohan Shri Chaitanya Nityananda Sri Advaita Sita Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavata Gita Sri Rup Sri Sanatan Pattaraguna Shri Jiva Gopal Bhatta Das Raguna Echai Gosai Kori Charanam Vandan Jaha Hoite Vignanash Habishta Pura Echai Gosai Jar Muitardas Tansabara Pararinu Mora Panchagras Kandara Charana Seve Bhakta Sanibas Janame Janam me hoye avilas Echai Gosai Jabe Braje Koilabas Radha Krishna Nitya Lila Koila Prakash Shri Shri Radha Krishna Nitya Lila Koila Prakash Bolo Anande Bolo Hari Bhaja Vrindavan Bolo Anande Bolo Hari Bhaja Vrindavan Shri Guru Vaishnava Padi Majami Aman Shri Guru Vaishnava Pada Padma Koriyash Harinam Sankirtan Koe Narotamoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna. Go Premanande. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Tai Gaur Hari Bol. Jai Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jai Jaya Prabhupada. Go Premanande! Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajagacharya Stotara Shishi Mara Bhai Charanara Vinda Bhakti Vedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajagacharya Stotara Shishi Mara Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai. Ananda Goti Vaishnavindi Ki. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki. Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Go Bhakta Vriniki Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gokopina Shamakund Radhakund Giri Govardhan Ki Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Shri Mayapur Navadip Dham Ki Jai Shri Antar Deep Mayapur Simanta Deep Godruma Deep Madhya Deep Kola Deep Riti Deep Jana Deep Moja Deep Mudeep Ruti Patma Kashi Navadip Dham Ki Shri Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Tulsi Devi Bhakti Devi Ki Jamuna Devi Ganga Devi Jalanga Devi Ki Samveda Bhaktivinda Ki Jai Shri Gaur Purnima Mahotsav Ki. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. Go Premanande Hari Hari Bo. Jari chao hai kukur kanam. Jari chao hai Kali juga pavana Kali bhoy nashana Shri Sachinandana gao hai. Gadadhar Madhan Nitaya Pranadhan Advaita Prapujita Gaura. Nimani Vishwamba Srinivashishva Bhakta Samua Chitta Chora. Is that correct? Nimai Nadiya Shashadar Mayapurishwar Nam Pravatana Shura Grijana Shikshaka Nyasikula Nayaka Madhava Radha Bhava Pura Grijana Shikshaka Nyasikuli Nayaka Madhava Radha Bhava Pura Sarvabhoma Shodhana Gajapati Tarana Ramananda Pushana Vira Rupananda Vardana Shanatana Palana Haridas Modhana Dhida Brajaras Bhavana Dushtamata Shatana Kapati Vigatana Kama Shuddha Bhakta Palana Shuksha Gana Tarana Chala Bhakti Dushana Rama Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nariya nagare nitai niche niche gaire. Nariya nagare nitai niche niche gaire. Nariya nagare nitai niche niche gaire. Nariya godrume nityananda mahajan. Krishna Mata, Krishna Pita, Krishna Dana Pra. Bolo Krishna Bhajo Krishna, Koro Krishna Shika. Narya Godrume Nityananda Mahajan. Pate Ache Nam Hata Jivera Karan. Shalaban Jan He, Shalaban Jan He. Shradhavan Jan He, Shradhavan Jan He. Prabhu Ragnai Bhai Magiye Pika. Bolo Krishna, Bhajo Krishna, Koro Krishna Shikha. Aparara Shuna Hoya Loho Krishna Nam. Aparadha Shunya Hoye Loho Krishna Nam. Krishna Mata, Krishna Pita, Krishna Dana Pran. Krishna Mata, Krishna Pita, Krishna Dhana Pran. Krishna ra sangsara koro chari anacha. Krishna ra sangsara koro chari anacha. Jive doya Krishna nam sarvadharma sa. Jive doya Krishna nam sarvadharma sa. Nariya Gotru me Nityananda Mahajan. Nariya Gotru me Nityananda Mahajan. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Nitai Gauranga, 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 Nitai Gauranga. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Jai Sachinandana Gaura Hari, Jai Sachinandana Gaura Hari. Nariya Gotru me Nityananda Mahajan. Nariya Nagari Nitai Niche Niche Gaire. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Jai Sachinandana, Jai Sachinandana. Jai Sachinandana, Jai Sachinandana. Gaura Hare, Gaura Hare. Gaura Hare, Gaura Hare. Jai Jai Sachinandana, Gaura Hare. Jai Jai Sachinandana, Gaura Hare. Nariya Nagare Nitai Niche Niche Gaire. Nariya Godrume Nityananda Mahajan. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Go Premanande. Let's hear for Vrindavan with the japa bag. 64 rounds today. For Avantika on the harmonium, the Wonder Child. For the Hare Krishna singers. For the Hare Krishna dancer. Go Premanande. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Gaura Premanande. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Jai Jai Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda. Jai Advaita Chandra Jai Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jai Jai Shri Chaitanya Jai Nityananda. Jai Advaita Chandra Jai Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. We're continuing our perpetual reading of the Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita. Lord Chaitanya in 5 features. This is the 7th chapter of the Adi Leela. We're on text number 144, 145. Prema hoite Krishna hoy nija bhakti bash. Prema hoite pai Krishnera sheba shuka rash. The Supreme Lord, who is greater than the greatest, becomes submissive to even a very insignificant devotee because of his devotional service. It is the beautiful and exalted nature of devotional service that the infinite Lord becomes submissive to the infinitesimal living entity because of it. In reciprocal devotional activities with the Lord, the devotee actually enjoys the transcendental mellow of devotional service. Purport: becoming one with the Supreme Personality of Godhead is not very important for a devotee. Mukti swayam mukuli tanjali sevate sman. From the Krishna Karnamrita 107, speaking from his actual experience, Srila Bilvamangal Thakur says that if one develops love of Godhead, mukti, liberation, becomes subservient and unimportant to him. Mukti stands before the devotee and is prepared to render all kinds of services. The Mayavadi philosophers' standard of mukti is very insignificant for a devotee. For by devotional service, even the Supreme Personality of Godhead becomes subordinate to him. An actual example is that the Supreme Lord Krishna became the chariot driver of Arjuna, and when Arjuna asked him to draw his chariot between the two armies, Senayor ubayor madhye ratam stapaya mechuta, Krishna executed his order. Such is the relationship between the Supreme Lord and a devotee, that although the Lord is greater than the greatest, he is prepared to render service to the insignificant devotee by dint of his sincere and unalloyed devotional service. Text number 146. Sambandha videya prayojananam etin arto sarva shute paryavashan. One's relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead, activities in terms of that relationship, and the ultimate goal of life, to develop love of God. These three subjects are explained in every aphorism of the Vedanta Sutra, for they form the culmination of the entire Vedanta philosophy. Purport: in Srimad Bhagavatam 5.5.5, it is said, Parabhavas tavada bodha jato yavanna jignasata atma tattvam. A human being is defeated in all his activities as long as he does not know the goal of life, which can be understood when one is inquisitive about Brahman. It is such inquiry that begins the Vedanta Sutra, Tato Brahma Jignasa. A human being should be inquisitive to know who he is, what the universe is, what God is, and what the relationship is between himself, God, and the material world. Such questions cannot be asked by cats and dogs, but they must arise in the heart of a real human being. Knowledge of these four items, namely oneself, the universe, God, and their internal relationship, is called Sambandha Gyan, or the knowledge of one's relationship. When one's relationship with the Supreme Lord is established, the next program is to act in that relationship. This is called abhideya, or activity in relationship with the Lord. After executing such prescribed duties, when one attains the highest goal of life, love of Godhead, he achieves prayojana siddhi, or the fulfillment of his human mission. In the Brahma Sutra, or Vedanta Sutra, these subjects are very carefully explained. Therefore, one who does not understand the Vedanta Sutra in terms of these principles is simply wasting his time. This is the version of Srimad Bhagavatam 128. Dharma svanustita pumsam vishvaksena katasriyaha nodparayad yadirating shrama eva hi kevalam. One may be a very learned scholar, and execute his prescribed duty very nicely. But if he does not ultimately become inquisitive about the Supreme Personality of Godhead and is indifferent to shravanam, kirtanam, hearing and chanting, all that he has done is but a waste of time. Mayavadi philosophers who do not understand the relationship between themselves, the cosmic manifestation, and the Supreme Personality of Godhead are simply wasting their time, and their philosophical speculation has no value. 147. Emata sarva sutrera vyakyana shunya sakala sannyasi kahi vinaya karya. When all the Mayavadi sannyasis thus heard the explanation of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu on the basis of Sambandha, Abhideya, and Prayojan, they spoke very humbly. Purport: everyone who actually desires to understand the Vedanta philosophy must certainly accept the explanation of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and the Vaishnava Acharyas, who have also commented on the Vedanta Sutra according to the principles of Bhakti Yoga. After hearing the explanation of the Vedanta Sutra from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, all the sannyasis headed by Prakashananda Saraswati became very humble and obedient to the Lord, and they spoke as follows. Vedamaya murti tumi sakshat narayana shama aparare purve ke ye je kailu nindanam. Dear Sura, you are Vedic knowledge personified and are directly Narayan himself. Kindly excuse us for the offenses we previously committed by criticizing you. Purport: the complete path of Bhakti Yoga is based upon the process of becoming humble and submissive. By the grace of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, all the Mayavadi sannyasis were very humble and submissive after hearing his explanation of the Vedanta Sutra, and they begged to be pardoned for the offenses they had committed by criticizing the Lord for simply chanting and dancing and not taking part in the study of Vedanta Sutra. We are propagating the Krishna consciousness movement simply by following in the footsteps of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. We are propagating the Krishna consciousness movement simply by following in the footsteps of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. We are propagating the Krishna consciousness movement simply by following in the footsteps of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. We may not be very well versed in the Vedanta Sutra aphorisms and may not understand their meaning, but we follow in the footsteps of the Acharyas. And because of our strictly and obediently following in the footsteps of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, it is to be understood that we know everything regarding the Vedanta Sutra. Hare Krishna. Text 149. Shehaite sanyasira piri gelamano Krishna Krishna nam sada kare grahana. From that moment, when the Mayavadi sannyasis heard the explanation of the Vedanta Sutra from the Lord, their minds changed. And on the instruction of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, they too chanted Krishna, Krishna, always. Purport: in this connection, it may be mentioned that sometimes the Sahajiya class of devotees opine that Prakashananda Saraswati and Prabodhananda Saraswati are the same man. Prabodhananda Saraswati was a great Vaishnava devotee of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, but Prakashananda Saraswati, the head of the Mayavadi sannyasis in Benares, was a different person. Prabodhananda Saraswati belonged to the Ramanuja Sampradaya, whereas Prakashananda Saraswati belonged to the Shankaracharya Sampradaya. Prabodhananda Saraswati wrote a number of books, among which are the Chaitanya Chandamrita, Radha Rasuda Nidhi, Sankita Madhava, Vrindavan Shataka, and Navadvip Shataka. While traveling in southern India, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu met Prabodhananda Saraswati, who had two brothers, Venkata Bhatta and Chirumalaya Bhatta, who were Vaishnavas of the Ramanuja Sampradaya. Gopal Bhatta Goswami was the nephew of Prabodhananda Saraswati. From historical records, it is found that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu traveled in South India in the year 1433 Shakabda, during the Chaturmasya period, and it was at that time that he met Prabodhananda, who belonged to the Ramanuja Sampradaya. How then could the same person meet him as a member of the Shankara Sampradaya in 1435, Shakabda, 2 years later? It is to be concluded that the guests of the Sahajiya Sampradaya, that Prabodhananda Saraswati and Prakashananda Saraswati were the same man, is a mistaken idea. Text 150. Emate tan sabhar kami aparadha sabhakari krishnanam karila prasada. Thus, Lord Chaitanya excused all the offenses of the Mayavadi sannyasis and very mercifully blessed them with Krishna Nam. Krishna Nam Karela Prasad. Purport. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the mercy incarnation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He is addressed by Srila Rupa Goswami as Mahavaranyaya Avatar, or the most magnanimous incarnation. Srila Rupa Goswami also says, Karuna Yavatirna Kalau. It is only by his mercy that he has descended in this age of Kali. Here, this is exemplified. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu did not like to see Mayavadi sannyasis because he thought of them as offenders at the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. But here he excuses them, Tansabara Kami Aparadha. This is an example of preaching. Apani Achari Bhakti Shikhaimu Shabari. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu teaches us that those whom preachers meet are almost all offenders who are opposed to Krishna consciousness. But it is the preacher's duty to convince them of the Krishna consciousness movement and then induce them to chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Convince and then induce. Our propaganda of the Sankirtan movement is continuing despite many opponents. And people are taking up this chanting process even in remote parts of the world like Africa. By including the offenders to chant the Hare Krishna mantra, Lord Chaitanya, by inducing the offenders to chant the Hare Krishna mantra, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu exemplified the success of the Krishna consciousness movement. We should follow very respectfully in the footsteps of Lord Chaitanya, and there is no doubt that we shall be successful in our attempts. Reflections so far?
Can you elaborate on what it means to follow in the footsteps of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? Is it like chanting?
Well, birds fly in the sky as high as they're able. One has to follow, for instance, in the footsteps of Dhruva Maharaj. But if you try to imitate Dhruva Maharaj by going to the forest and eating leaves for the next few months, then you'll become sick and die. So we have to see what is the purpose and the goal, and then according to our capability. Swe swe adhikariya nishta saguna parikirtita. Vipariyos dosha syad ubaryor esha nishchayaha. One should act in devotional service according to one's adhikari, one's qualification. That is a good quality. Viparyayo, the opposite, to dosha syad, a fault arises when one tries to do more than one's capable of doing. So, in this case, following in the footsteps of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu means following the footsteps of his followers, who are the 6 Goswamis of Vrindavan. Sometimes it's explained by great devotees that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was like a huge waterfall, like Niagara Falls. If you try to get a little drink out of that, your arm will be swept away, and the rest of you too, into the falls. He was so effusive. But his followers made a pool downstream of all the nectar that was coming from Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. I mean, tears shooting from his eyes and blood oozing from his pores. You can't imitate that. But what his followers did was take the essence of who Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was and what he was teaching, and they made it into an accessible pool, like the nectar of instruction. That's a little pool you can drink from. Start with the first step vacho vegam, manasakroda vegam, and go from there. And follow these 6 steps that are conducive for devotional service. Avoid the things that are not. Associate with devotees. Practice chanting. He goes on in a systematic way. If anyone finds that book on a desert island somewhere, their life will become success. You don't need anything else. He made it into an accessible body of knowledge that anyone can imbibe. So we should take that and follow. So, for instance, Prabhupada gives the example that Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur considered that anyone who didn't chant 64 rounds was fallen. 64 rounds a day, that is. And then Prabhupada adjusted it because, well, nobody could do it. And gave it at 16 and Prabhupada says, but we're sure that by following the mood of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, spreading Krishna conscious movement, preaching vigorously, and going on chanting the minimum 16 rounds, that the Lord will be pleased with us. So following in footsteps means taking these things into consideration. What was the mood and method? And then adjusting it according to what we can do. Sure. Anything else?
I was thinking, Srila Prabhupada, when I started reading the Bhagavad Gita purports, I used to see that he talks about Krishna, but he talks about Mayavadis too a lot. And initially I never liked it, that portion, whenever he discussed about Mayavadis, because I thought they are like meaningless for me. But now I feel very thankful that's why I know who are the Mayavadis. Because even at work, I recently moved to a new team, and there are some Indians, and during lunchtime, like for 10 minutes, some of them, they have a meditation session. So when I was new, I had to go there, and even my manager is a part of that session. And whatever he has been preaching, it was like so, I don't know, bogus or whatever for me. Because he would say, they would talk about some Gita, like shlokas, but I could make out that his aim was only to, portray himself as a learned person. There was no mention of Krishna anywhere. And so I would remember Prabhupada's half-hen theory or whatever he says. And then he would tell them, in Hinduism, the ultimate goal is to become God, one with God. So I could, reconcile that, okay, whatever Prabhupada says, it's true, and it's, all around me. So I try to be very careful. Though I have to be with them, just work-related, I try, because I'm too, I'm not at that level where I can maybe protect myself. Who knows, their wives may be coming. So I feel I try to keep myself secure. But I really thank Prabhupada for, discussing these Mayavadi theories. And they also talk, that was quite funny for me. He was teaching, I think from Philippines, there's one person in my team. So he was teaching her how to do meditation. He says the easiest way is, you think of a good slogan you like, or a good, for Indians you can think of a good shloka and keep on repeating it in your mind. So, and so one of that Philippines lady said, okay, my slogan is don't worry, be happy. So I'll keep on repeating that. And they said, yeah, you can keep on repeating that for 10 minutes, that is meditation. So I was thinking that they are somewhat close. For 10 minutes I could do the Hare Krishna in my mind. Nowadays I don't even go, but initially it was so hard to, accept that there are people around me, not only in the books, they are really around us. So
yeah, it's a nice realization. And in the preface to the Bhagavatam, Prabhupada mentions how by reading the book, one can fortify oneself against the onslaught of atheists. Mayavadis are another kind of atheist. And I interviewed lots of people from my book. Well, not enough yet, but quite a few. One devotee, Daru Brahma, Dasi, Pushpa Krishna's wife, was telling how she got a book, Bhagavatam, when she was walking through the mall one day looking for a dress. And that's when she was a kid. And she took it home, kept it, didn't read it because it was too complicated, but then finally somehow or other she sat down and started reading it, and it became her best friend. And then she said later she had a job at the post office, and there was one woman there from India, and she was talking about philosophy, the philosophy of the Vedas and so forth. It was all impersonal. And Dalai Brahma said, I knew by then how to defeat her, just from reading Prabhupada's book. So she was saying that it's very true that these books fortify you. Prabhupada specifically built it in. And anyone, even in isolation, like Dalai Brahma, didn't have any association with devotees, just read it on her own and then was able to bring out the proper conclusion. It's partly also the testimony of how important it is to have contact with Shastra. As we read the other day, Tachcharadhana munayo jnana vairagya yuktaya pasyantyatmani chatmanam bhaktya shuta grihitaya. That the process of devotional service, the devotee is fueled by hearing from the Shruti, from the scriptures, and it gets knowledge and detachment. It's able to move forward. Who's next? Anything spoken without the microphone does not count.
I was saying that there's a mantra in Ishopanishad also that says you should learn, nishayans and signs side by side. So that's what Prabhupada is doing here. He's teaching. I think it's Anyadahura Vidya. No. Side by side is not that one. No.
Vidyam cha yas tad vedo bayam saha avidyayam ratum tirva vidyayam ratum ashrite. Only one who can learn the process of nescience and that of transcendental knowledge side by side can transcend the influence of repeated birth and death and enjoy the full blessings of immortality. Shalabahu.
Hare Krishna, Guru.
Hare Krishna.
That's pretty much the same point I was ready to say. This mantras 145, we start with it. It is also very similar to the Ishavasya Upanishad, the mantra saying that ignorance and people who follow just for the knowledge, Veda Raga people, they are also in the ignorance. So when we talk about the Mayavadis, they just accusing Chaitanya Mahaprabhu not studying and expressing the Vedanta Sutra and the Brahma Sutra. They are the Vedarada people. They are just for the knowledge. They are not realizing what is the reality is. When I read this part, it always came to my Prabhupada's words in my mind that we are part and particle of the Absolute, the Supreme. It's easy to learn as a knowledge, but to realizing, living with that is the great thing. I'm not saying I know that the whole thing, but even getting that bliss, it is such a great thing to knowing that inside and outside is the same Krishna is there. And if we just keeping as a knowledge, then it is not benefiting in eternally. But if it is realizing that by living or getting that reveal, it is much important than the knowledge itself.
Thank you. Yes.
In the purport, Srila Prabhupada was mentioning that how everybody in this age is an offender because they are opposed to Krishna. And the preacher's responsibility is to not only go and tell them about Krishna, but they have to convince them about this fact and also induce them to chant Hare Krishna after that. So I was just thinking the principles that we follow in book distribution is also that we convince them to take a Shastra, little bit of Shastra, and then you ask us to teach everybody the Mahamantra is to induce them to chant the Mahamantra. So I was feeling that we are following in the footsteps of the previous acharyas.
Are you a student?
Yes.
Are you a good one?
Kind of.
And you look like a good one. And what's your major?
Science.
Huh? Electrical engineering? Really? Here, let me show you an electrical engineering picture. How's that for an electrical engineering picture? No, I'm just kidding. It shows how the essence behind the body continues on even after the body is finished. And you've heard of karma, right? Yeah, so it's not for sale. We ask for donation, give what you can to help out.
Is 100 okay?
We try to keep it under 100, but in your case, we might make an exception. Who else had a point? Mukaravind.
Thank you, Maharaj, for bringing wonderful portion. And you many times quotes in your lectures how Chaitanya Mahaprabhu personally teaches by his example to be preacher. And in this we saw that how the Mayavadi sannyasis ultimately become submissive and humble by the Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's preaching. So that was very, very instructive. And Prabhupada states that propagating the Krishna consciousness movement by following the footstep of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, his telling. So it's very, very nice to see how he done that to the Mayavadi sannyasis.
I mean, you know, he's just 24 years old. He came out and converted Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. That was huge. The biggest scholar in India, and then he goes to South India, and then he Prakashananda Saraswati. Everywhere he went, he was racking up the trophies, bringing people to Krishna consciousness. But we see that, you know, when Prabhupada talks about following in the footsteps, this is not something unrealistic. Just how if one follows in the footsteps of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and on the strength of what's coming through parampara representing, one can have similar power. Prabhupada did it. He went all over the planet, and he claimed people from every continent and every stratum of social life. And he said over and over again that this is the power coming through me because of my strictly following the parampara system. And he urged us to do the same thing. And so Chaitanya Mahaprabhu traveled outside of Vrindavan and then came in contact with the Patana Muslims who were riding on horseback. Mahaprabhu had gone into a trance. He had apparently fainted. And his followers were trying to revive him when these soldiers rode up, and they accused all of the followers of giving him datura, some kind of poison, and they were robbing him. Which seems rather unlikely because Mahaprabhu was a sannyasi anyway. I mean, it was foolish on the part of the soldiers, but in any case, that was the case they made. And you know, soldiers, policemen can be unreasonable sometimes. So they were threatening these devotees. One of the devotees stepped up, and he was a Rajput. And he said, I have soldiers right over that hill, and they have cannons. And as soon as I give the order, they're going to start shooting. And that made them hesitate because they wanted to take these devotees away and execute them. And just at that time, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu awoke from his trance with a loud shout of Hari Bol. And the soldiers pointed out that these people are trying to rob you. And he said, no, they're my associates. You're not trying to rob me. He said, I have a disease like epilepsy. Sometimes I faint like this. And then he started a conversation with these Pathan Muslims. And on the basis of the Quran, he pointed out to one of the saintly persons there that actually there's a personal form described in the Quran of the Supreme. And by the association of Mahaprabhu, their hearts changed right there in the field as they were talking to him. And they surrendered to Mahaprabhu. And he gave them names. And in that purport, Srila Prabhupada tells how this is the prerogative of those who are following in the footsteps of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to go anywhere and everywhere in the world and meet people and give them Krishna consciousness and can bring them to the standard of devotional service as given by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu without restriction. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu did that. And those who take to the process, if they simply follow, even if they don't have any personal qualification. A couple things. One is the verse from Shukadeva Goswami in the Bhagavatam, which proves this. Hirata hunandra pulinda pulkasha abhira shumba yavana kasaraya. Yine japapa yarapashraya shraya shudyanti tasmai pravavishnave namaha. Because Krishna is all-powerful and he works through his devotees. Anybody from any walk of life can come up to the highest standard of devotional service. And one simply has to follow. There was another really good point. It just flew away. Huh? I said there's a couple of verses? By following. Yeah. Sorry about that. Yes.
Just saying how, I was just observing how in Isha Upanishad, Prabhupada writes in the purport that people who offend the personal form of the Lord, those demons go deeper and deeper but into the hellish regions. But here we see how Mahaprabhu is so merciful that he delivered those Mayavadis by Krishna's name. So time and again Mahaprabhu is proving his mercy and giving a way out to get out of the cycle of gliding down and down because of our offenses.
Thanks for bringing that point out. He delivered them by the name. That's really nice. When we were all last year at Dhameshwara Mahaprabhu in Navadvip, and we were singing, a group of Mayavadis came in. Yeah. We were surrounded by a lot of people, but there were Mayavadis in the back. And we noticed that they were intrigued by the devotees. And everybody was, because it's such the group of devotees following the process given by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu through Srila Prabhupada is so energetic. And the motive behind their singing and so forth is so unusually different from what many people are used to, that they become instantly enlivened. So these Mayavadis were also back there watching. But we noticed when it came to Krishna's names, didn't somebody make an observation? There were some names they could chant and other ones they couldn't? Do you remember what it was?
Dance, I had noticed that. So like their feet would rise and then again they would stop.
They would, yeah, well, they were like, because the kirtan was really off the ground, right? And they were like trying to hold themselves back from dancing, getting too emotional about it. But I thought there were some things that they could say, maybe, and the other things that they couldn't chant, but can't remember that. Yes?
This year also, Maharaj, at the same place, Dhameshwar, when we were all dancing, there was a man who came to Sharnagata and said, like, what is she doing? So, why is she jumping? So she said they are very happy, so that's their way of expressing joyfulness. He said, then he said that I don't think that's the way to express your happiness, and then he kind of slunk away, and Sharnagata also kind of ignored him. Then after 5 minutes I saw that he had come and he had joined our man, and he was dancing.
That's the loving network of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. It catches everybody. And when Prabhupada was speaking with Yogi Bhajan was telling how he was defending the devotees and saying that, people are always saying, why, Hare Krishna, welcome, good to see you. It's that people oftentimes are criticizing the devotees, why are they dancing? So he was speaking like this, Yogi Bhajan, and before he could answer, before Yogi Bhajan could continue to say what he was going to say, that how he was defending the devotees, Prabhupada immediately interjected, out of ecstasy. That they're dancing out of ecstasy. He said, unless you're feeling ecstasy, how can you dance? You can't do it artificially. So, I was thinking also with, your colleagues who are the Mayavadis, nice to keep bringing them prasadam. Something tasty. Remember when we were having weekly programs at our house in Burlingame, and I had been out chanting japa a couple of days before, walking up the street with my bead bag, and these two Mormons were going door to door, and they saw me as they were coming out of one of the houses, and they were curious. They was like, "What are you doing?" Because they're young people and they're pious. They're out preaching, and they're in a foreign place. They send them to different places, so they're out of their element, and they're also bored like anything. So they wanted to know what I was doing, and I said, "Yeah, there's like a rosary. We say the names of God and everything like that." And they were fascinated. Some big American guy was walking up the street chanting beads. I said, "So why don't you come over? We're having a program in 2 days at our house." And I just told them the time. I said, "It's right over there." I just pointed to the house. And I walked away. I didn't think anything of it. But then right at that time for the program, they rang the doorbell. These two Mormons with their ties on. They came in and all the devotees were there. Were you there, Malini? You remember? So it was funny. I was watching them as we progressed through the whole evening, doing our thing. They might have come a little bit later because I think they came right in time for the kirtan. We had already had Shastra and talks and everything. And then we had the kirtan in that little temple room in our house. And it was really energetic, So they were watching, and one of them was a little more into it than the other one. The other one was looking at the younger guy like, don't get into it so much. But what really was, when I stopped the kirtan, and all the devotees paid obeisances for the Prema Dhwani, I could see they were the only other two standing besides me, and they were shocked. I mean, it's a Jayam Vishnupada, and everyone just hits the ground suddenly, and I watched them, and they were shocked. So then we sat down for prasadam, and I could see they didn't know prasadam was coming exactly, or if it was, what kind of refreshment there would be or whatever, because we were just about to bring the plates. And they were settled in the living room amidst a bunch of other devotees. And I could see that the older one was eager to start preaching, because that's why they're there. And he was just pulling his books out, and I would tell he was doing his preamble to his spiel. And just then, as he was pulling the books out, trying to talk to the devotee next to him about the saints of the Latter-day Saints. Anyway, I forget what the LDS. Yeah. Then just then, somebody came and put a huge plate of prasadam in front of him. And he looked at that, and he looked at his books, and he just put his books to the side. It was so spontaneous and natural. He didn't even have to think about it. He was just like, well, all right. And he immediately became absorbed in taking prasadam. And they were defeated just before they could say anything. They just became so enamored of the opulence of the process. The chanting, and it's so opulent. The variety in it, and the depth of it, and the tasty food, and the smells, and everything like that. And recently, I had performed an initiation, and some family members came that were from a Protestant church, and then it's just they don't have a lot of these things. In the Taoist temple, it was too, and there's all these murals of Krishna dancing with the gopis. And so I had been thinking a lot about this, how it was all going to take place, the confluence of these two different cultures. And I was kind of seeing through the eyes of a Protestant for a while, and what kind of like, in retrospective, like what I would be seeing if I was them coming to the thing. And I was, in that sense, seeing the whole place through their eyes. And so maybe like for the first time, like the first time I ever walked into the temple, it seemed so overwhelmingly opulent. It was almost scary because there was so much sensory activity. I mean, bhakti is not renunciation at all. It's really, there's so much sense gratification from every angle. And when I walked in the temple room in Dallas and I was thinking like that, I just became overwhelmed. And I was feeling how every one of my senses was getting fed spiritual, enriching, pleasing influence coming in from every direction. And so this Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's system is so opulent. And even if someone's just chanting Hare Krishna on a corner somewhere, the name itself is so opulent that people can't resist it. The names are Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Even if somebody's just very simply chanting by themselves, when people hear the name, their senses become bombarded and they're captured by that. And Rupa Goswami writes all about it in the Namashtakam, about how even the dim glimmer of the holy name will awaken their sense of bhakti. Somebody who's completely ignorant, Yadabaso pyudyam kavalita bhavadvanta vibhavo drisham tatvandanam api dishati bhakti pranayanim. Even if somebody is completely blind to devotional service, if they just get a glimpse of the faint light of the holy name, then they can actually conceive of what bhakti is. That's how powerful the holy name is. So I was appreciating your point about how they were delivered by the name and how merciful Lord Chaitanya is and how he brought the name. And Bhaktivinoda Thakur sings all about that. It's all about the name. The name has come. The name has arisen. It's there to awaken the hearts of everybody. So the holy name, prasadam, book distribution, and just kindness, showing kindness to the living entities, extending oneself. Who wouldn't be conquered? Especially since it's all just manu dharma, what's going on. And other kinds of religion which are valid also. They have acharyas, they have some system. They don't have that richness, that sense gratification, because there's not enough information there for them to reawaken the relationship in the deep way. The sambandha gyan is lacking also. What is the material world? That was part of it. Understanding our relationship with the material world. Many people don't know. There may be a relationship with the Savior in sort of, a spiritual feeling about it, but what is our relationship to the material world and so forth is not clear. Not in any scientifically presented way. Are you raising your hand? No. Yes.
So to meeting with the different cultural people or different people, I was thinking about the last week you were mentioning about the GBC point for the diversity and the unity. I think that is not only the organizational point, spiritually it is a very deep thing too. If we look at the Ishavas Upanishad, it is that unity. So it is very powerful in a way as a spiritual point of view.
Yeah, one devotee who's a very prolific teacher of Krishna consciousness named Gadadhar Pandit Prabhu spoke at the temple president's meeting in Dallas, and he gave a profound presentation about his work on Columbia University campus. It's a very prestigious university, very smart students and faculty, and he's been going there regularly. He became a chaplain. He became a chaplain. And he was saying how he had learned in his outreach to deeply respect other people and their approaches to their spiritual life. And the more that he did, genuinely, not just as a technique, but the more he genuinely appreciated them and saw their process as valid, that the more he was able to come close, and the more they, were able to, that is, the people who were coming to him were able to imbibe Krishna consciousness and so forth. And there is a way in which that sort of broad vision of being able to accommodate other people's faith and appreciating when it's there, and then fanning the spark is very important. Not to be dismissive just because somebody is following another path. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was like that also. As he moved about with the Pathan Muslims and so forth, he just knew how to interact with them in such a way that there wasn't this immediate dichotomy, but they could see actually what the unity was. Here's a few more verses, since these topics are irresistible. We're on 151. Tabe shab sanyasi mahaprabhuke Loya, Bika Karilena Shobe, Madhye Vasaya. Oh, did I do that already? Oh, after this, all the sannyasis took the Lord into their midst, and thus they all took their meal together. Purport: previously, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had neither mixed nor talked with the Mayavadi sannyasis, but now he took lunch with them. It is to be concluded that when Lord Chaitanya induced them to chant Hare Krishna and excuse them for their offenses, they were purified. And therefore, there was no objection to taking lunch or Bhagavat Prasadam with them, although Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu knew that the food was not offered to the deity. Mayavadi sannyasis do not worship the deity, or if they do so, they generally worship the deity of Lord Shiva or the Panchopasana, Lord Vishnu, Lord Shiva, Durga Devi, Ganesh, and Surya. Here we do not find any mention of the demigods or Vishnu, and yet Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accepted food in the midst of the sannyasis on the basis that they had chanted the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra and that they had he had excused their offenses. Yeah, and Prabhupada would also, just in the case of, a simple case in the beginning of the traveling Sankirtan movement, when devotees first decided to go out, Keshava, who recently left us, who was a prolific Sankirtan organizer and just one of the great figures of ISKCON, Keshava Das. He was also a great Kshatriya. I don't know if any of you heard his memorial service, but there was no fight that he would ever back down from. In fact, he was the protector of the devotees. He was a mighty fighter also. Even later on, there were invitational wrestling matches in Vrindavan and Mayapur, and they would invite the best wrestlers from all over to come and take on Keshava, and he won every time. But in his youth, he used to avidly protect the devotees in many ways. And he was the temple president in San Francisco, which became the most prolific book distribution temple of the time. And Prabhupada noted it over and over again, because when other devotees started realizing that Prabhupada was noticing the book distribution, and they would write letters to him and say, we plan on doing a lot of books, and we're also doing really well. Prabhupada said, that is wonderful, but I do not think that you can beat San Francisco. And I saw many letters he wrote like that, just to Anyway, Keshava was the mastermind behind that. He had gotten a bus and fixed it up in such a way the devotees could go out and traveling to many different states. And that's after they discovered, first they were doing BTGs, and then they discovered how they could sell Krishna books. Headed by Buddhimanta Prabhu, who was a very tall, charismatic, very energetic, to say the least, great devotee. who was one of the first to revolutionize big book distribution. He started in San Francisco, going out on the street. He'd fall on his knees and beg people to take the Krishna book, and they'd have to buy it because there's a grown man, on the knees in front of him. And it's like, okay, I'll take it. In any case, they had gone out on traveling Sankirtan, and that was new. That was a new phenomena, and the devotees had been trained in the Panchratchik system that they were at the temple. You take prasad. You don't buy anything outside. Everything is prepared in the deity kitchen. It goes to the deities, and then the devotees can take. And that was the lifestyle. Even the water, we didn't drink any water. It was all deity water that we'd collect there in these big pitchers, and that's the water we drink too. So now traveling Sankirtan goes out, and there was a question, at least on the part of the temple devotees, who were saying, well, what are you eating out there? You're traveling. You don't have deities, you don't have any prasadam. And so they took it to Prabhupada, who was in Los Angeles, with this conundrum. And actually it was a bit of a controversy, because there were two sides. And Prabhupada told the devotees that, first of all, he said, these books are our deities. You can offer the prasadam, the bhoga, right to the books. And he said that it will be readily accepted in the fire of Sankirtan. There's this fire of Sankirtan Yajna. And here we find the similar points. And Prabhupada, when he was going around doing life membership and so forth, sometimes they would go to different people's homes and Prabhupada would accept prasadam. But it was all in the mood of preaching and bringing people to a higher level of Krishna consciousness and so forth. So we can see this is following in the footsteps of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu for the sake of giving mercy to others and with the proper mentality. One can go into circumstances that a smarta would never touch with a 10-foot barge pole. They would consider this is not proper and so forth. But Chaitanya Mahaprabhu did it. There's stories even in the Chaitanya Bhagavat of Chaitanya and Nityananda going to the house of people who even had wine in their house and things like that. And they blessed them. Hansapriya.
I recently experienced on Nityananda's appearance day, the friend of mine, she was watching Flickr, and she's a friend because she was my neighbor at one point. And I got in her home, and after Nityananda's beautiful festival, around 4 o'clock, and I just didn't want her to pick up Flickr and leave because it would be rude. Her family was down there for Super Bowl. And when Super Bowl is there, that means all kind of food is there. And I'm sitting there and looking at all this food, and I'm thinking in my head, I had such a wonderful day, and where I got stuck. And I'm just lamenting, and at the same time, I'm trying to be not rude to those people. And when after an hour, I left, and I was just thinking, it's so difficult to survive in this place. But then it reminded me of Srila Prabhupada when he came to Shali Agrawal's place. He was also sharing the refrigerator, and how much Srila Prabhupada was so merciful and so tolerating. And I kind of felt that Prabhupada just came with one mission of giving mercy to everyone. So he didn't just make it a point, the meat is in the way, or it's much more Krishna consciousness, it's much more dynamic. That's what I felt from Srila Prabhupada's, remembering him in Shali Agrawal's
It's a good example, and it also shows, another aspect as you're traveling, and you may go through so many austerities, and one of the greatest austerities may be having to, be in the same quarters of people who aren't necessarily following carefully, but it's where you end up for preaching and tolerating that.
Few years back, going book distribution with you, Guru Maharaj, I remember several houses, people inviting us, and you sitting there mercifully taking whatever they are offering, the fruits and the water, and that was such a thing. That's a mercy for them.
Yeah, we've had a lot of fun here in Silicon Valley. We've been in a lot of houses.
Maharaj, I had a question about when you are out preaching, when do you cross the line that is you respect other people following a different path versus like we have our agenda of spreading Krishna consciousness? Like sometimes we find there are very good devotees, they are Christians, they are very good devotees, and they could benefit, like if you told them Krishna consciousness. So how do we make that judgment and letting them, follow their own path and respecting them versus, I mean, if I look at the life of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, like you were saying that he was good to some of the Pathans, like the Muslims, but then with from some others he would take them on and have debates, etc. I mean, I'm asking this question because we have this goal of bringing in some Westerners to the temple this year. So, how?
Well, you have to be expert. Just like one thing I'm expert at is avocados. I can tell an avocado whether it's ripe or not from across the room without even touching it. But because I've eaten avocados all my life, and I look at them every day and I associate with avocados, I got to know avocados really well. And it's like that and they're all different. You never know, and there's different seasons. Avocados, they can fake you out too. It seems okay, and then they're stringy inside and stuff. You got to know that too. At any subject, when you get an intimate working knowledge of it, then you start to know the subtleties. Like I can tell the difference between somebody from Korea and Japan, and most people can't. And Korea, Japan. A lot of times people say, "Oh, this guy's from Japan." He's like, "No, he's not." But because I worked with them for so long, so I got to know, you just have a feeling, you can see, there are a lot of subtle things that you can look at and see. So while we're teaching people, we get used to these subtleties, and we also have to judge on a case-by-case basis. What we're looking for is to see the spark of faith, and then we fan it. And wherever that is, we do that. And it doesn't matter the external surroundings. And that's one of the lessons of going out and doing book distribution and meeting people door to door, face to face, is that when you least expect it, it comes out. And so you have to be like with avocado, you go like, no, yeah, you try them. You have to feel them. So with people, you have to feel them. Where are they really coming from? And sometimes, immediately you have a sense, this person wants to play me, like a $3 banjo. And, they'll start with a certain mood and then they'll move in a certain direction and, oh yeah, confirmed. And other times it could be wrong too, once you start going through the motions a little bit, but you have to go in and feel them, where they're at. And it's nothing that can be, just like they say in sports, when somebody's really, that can't be taught, There's also an intuitive sense, that Krishna, if you're really praying to Krishna, please reveal, then he can give us a little vision how to deal with people. Hare Krishna. We welcome everyone who's joined us on the internet. We offer our obeisances to all our fellow devotees all over the world. Hare Krishna. Jai. Thank you.
I don't think I'll ever have time to read the Bible or the Quran because we have so many Prabhupada books to read. But do those other religious books talk about the universe as it has been so nicely explained in the Srimad Bhagavatam? We have so many cantos dedicated.
Sean is shaking his head no.
I've never really seen it probably in the Bible.
You've studied the Bible?
Sorry, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
I wasn't like a Bible scholar or anything, but when I kind of like going through the Bhagavad Gita now and I try to find something that kind of maybe would be equivalent or if they speak about it in the Bible, and they don't really go into great depth from my knowledge. I'm not like advanced or anything on any of this, but I think that was the big selling point because it was just kind of like, you should believe this or you're going to go to hell. But there was no factual proof of anything. And I've gone on the Bhagavatam discussion boards on Facebook, and it's very deep, and I don't see any of that. So that's just my experience.
Thank you very much. Is that helpful? Okay. 152. Bhikakari Mahaprabhu Aila Vasaghara Hena Chitra Lila Gare Gauranga Sundara. After taking lunch among the Mayavadi sannyasis, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is known as Gaura Sundara, returned to his residence. Thus the Lord performs his wonderful pastimes. Hearing the arguments of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and seeing his victory, Chandrasekhar, Tapana Mishra, and Sanatan Goswami were all extremely pleased. Purport, here is an example of how a sannyasi should preach. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went to Varanasi, he went there alone, not with a big party. Locally, however, he made friendships with Chandrasekhar and Tapana Mishra, and Sanatan Goswami also came to see him. Therefore, although he did not have many friends there, due to his sound preaching and his victory in arguing with the local sannyasis on the Vedanta philosophy, he became greatly famous in that part of the country, as explained in the next verse. Everyone pick a place and get out there. Many Mayavadi sannyasis of Varanasi came to see the Lord after this incident, and the entire city praised him. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu visited the city of Varanasi, and all of its people were very thankful. The crowd at the door of his residence was so great that it numbered hundreds of thousands. When the Lord went to visit the temple of Vishveshvara, hundreds of thousands of people assembled to see him. Purport, the important point in this verse is that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu regularly visited the temple of Vishveshvara, Lord Shiva of Varanasi. Vaishnavas generally do not visit a demigod's temple, but here we see that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu regularly visited the temple of Vishveshvara, who was the predominating deity of Varanasi. Generally, Mayavadi sannyasis and worshippers of Lord Shiva live in Varanasi, but how is it that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who took the part of a Vaishnava sannyasi, also visited the Vishveshvara temple? The answer is that a Vaishnava does not behave impudently toward the demigods. A Vaishnava gives proper respect to all, although he never accepts a demigod to be as good as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Verse, Divinity and Divine Service. Do you know the verse? It's after that. Rajastama Prakritaya Samashila Bhajanti Mai Peter Bhuta Bhajasadin Shri Aishvarya Prajapsavaha. No, it's right around there. No. Hitva Rupa Patinata Narayana Shanta Mamokshavo Gaura Rupam Hitva Bhuta Patinata Narayana Kalashanta Bhajanti Yanasuyavaha. They're not envious of the demigods, they don't disrespect them, but they only worship the forms of Lord Vishnu. Okay. In the Brahma Samhita, there are mantras offering obeisances to Lord Shiva, Lord Brahma, the sun god, and Lord Ganesh. Okay, ready? Shiva, Lord Brahma, sun god, and Lord Ganesh. So first, Lord Shiva. Shiram yatara vikara vishesha yogat sanjayate nahitata pratagasti heto yashambhutam apitata samupaiti karyat govinda mari purusham tamaham bhajami. Who's next? Brahma. Bhasvanya tasma sakaleshu nijeshu tejasviyam kiya prakatayata vitadvadatra Brahmaya esha jagadanda vidhana karta govindamadi purusham tamaham bhajami. Sun God. Yachchaksharesha savita sakalagrahanam rajasamasta suramuti rashesha tejaha yasyagnaya brahmati sambratakala chakro govindamadi purusham tamaham bhajami. Ganesh. Yat pada palava yugam vinidaya kumbad vande pranama samaye saganadi rajaha Nignan vidhantam alamasya jagatrayasya govindamadi purusham tamaham bhajami. In the Brahma Samhita, there are mantras offering obeisances to Lord Shiva, Lord Brahma, the Sun God, and Lord Ganesha, as well as Lord Vishnu, all of whom are worshipped by the impersonalists. Panchopasana. In their temples, impersonalists install deities of Lord Vishnu, Lord Shiva, the Sun God, Goddess Durga, and sometimes Lord Brahma also. And this system is continuing at present in India under the guise of the Hindu religion. Vaishnavas can also worship all these demigods, but only on the principles of the Brahma Samhita, which is recommended by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Lucky for us. We may note in this connection the mantras for worshipping Lord Shiva, Lord Brahma, Goddess Durga, the Sun God, and Ganesh, as described in the Brahma Samhita. The external potency, Maya, who is of the nature of the shadow of the Chit, spiritual potency, is worshipped by all people as Durga, the creating, preserving, and destroying agency of this mundane world. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, in accordance with whose will Durga conducts herself. Milk is transformed into curd by the actions of acids, yet the effect, curd, is neither the same as nor different from its cause, namely milk. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, of whom the state of Shambhu is a similar transformation for the performance of the work of destruction. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, from whom the separated subjective portion, Brahma, receives his power for the regulation of the mundane world, just as the sun manifests a portion of his own light in all the effulgent gems that bear the names of Suryakanta. I worship the primeval Lord Govinda. Ganesh always holds his lotus feet upon the pair of tumuli protruding from his elephant head in order to obtain power for his function of destroying all the obstacles on the path of progress of the three worlds. The sun, full of infinite effulgence, who is the king of all the planets, and the image of the good soul, is like the eye of this world. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, in pursuance of whose order the sun performs his journey mounting the wheel of time. As far as worshipping Ganesh, it's mentioned in the Nectar Devotion that one should begin immediately worshipping the deity Ganapati to remove obstacles. So in ISKCON, the history of ISKCON, there was one sannyasi who used to worship his deity when he traveled, and he also read that and got a little deity of Ganesh and was worshiping. That was a new thing. And because this sannyasi was very charismatic, and he was doing some big service at the time, other devotees wanted to also start worshiping Ganesh because, well, I'm not going to say it. People follow. Yad yada charati shrestas. So they wrote to Prabhupada and they said, such and such sannyasi is worshipping Ganesh. We would like to also worship Ganesh. And Prabhupada wrote back and said, yes, you may. But you must also give, and this sannyasi was giving a lot of money to Prabhupada for his building project. He was collecting overseas with a big party. He said, you may also start worshiping Ganesh, but you must give no less than $100,000 a month. And not a farthing less if you're to worship Ganesh. So Prabhupada was so expert at saying no, but saying yes at the same time. All the demigods are servants of Krishna. They are not equal with Krishna. Therefore, even if one goes to a temple of the Panchopasana, as mentioned above, one should not accept the deities as they are accepted by the impersonalists. All of them are to be accepted as personal demigods, but they all serve the order of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Shankaracharya, for example, is understood to be an incarnation of Lord Shiva, as described in the Padma Purana. He propagated the Mayavad philosophy under the order of the Supreme Lord. We have already discussed this point in text 114 of this chapter. Tandra dosh nahi teho agya karidas. Shankaracharya is not at fault, for he has thus covered the real purpose of the Vedas under the order of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Although Lord Shiva, in the form of a Brahmana, Shankaracharya, preached the false philosophy of Mayavad, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu nevertheless said that since he did it on the order of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, there was no fault on his part. Tara dosha nahi. We must offer proper respects to all the demigods. If one can offer respects even to an ant, why not to the demigods? One must always know, however, that no demigod is equal to or above the Supreme Lord. Ekale Ishvara Krishna Rasha Bhrita. Only Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and all others, including the demigods, such as Lord Shiva, Lord Brahma, Goddess Durga, and Ganesh, are his servants. Everyone serves the purpose of the Supreme Godhead, and what to speak of such small and insignificant living entities as ourselves. We are surely eternal servants of the Lord. The Mayavad philosophy maintains that the demigods, the living entities, and the Supreme Personality of Godhead are all equal. It is therefore a most foolish misrepresentation of Vedic knowledge. And it's 2:15, and now I'm going to go on hiatus until 4 o'clock, if I may have your permission. You need a break. Okay, so to all the devotees who joined us online, we thank you again. We have to clean the temple room, and there's some other duties we have to attend to. The devotees will be chanting Hare Krishna as they do, so the vibration will not be stopped. But the broadcast will be just very briefly, temporarily discontinued until 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. The broadcast will be on, so if you want to watch the cleaning of the temple and things like that. Otherwise, well, the bhajan will start back up again at 4 o'clock. There'll be all kinds of things. There'll be an abhishek, so we invite you to come on back. And we thank everybody for the morning session. Vancha kalpadurvascha kripasnabhevacha patitanam pavanibhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Shri Gaura Purnima Maha Mahotsav ki jai. Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ki jai. Gaur Bhaktivinoda ki jai. Go Premanande Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Haribo Nitai Gaura Haribo.
Nachari Armarman, Nachari Armarman, Nachari Armarman, Nachari Armarman, hey, Nachari Armarman, Nachari Armarman, Nachari Armarman, Nachari Armarman.